I see 22, 21. You don't see that same thing? Are we in different times?
The stream time won't be right.
Okay, so I'll just wait until like 5.
Yeah.
Start in 3. Okay. 1. Hello, 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 and welcome to the 888 Poker XL Inferno stream. I'm David Tuckman, joined by my partner in crime, my usual co-commentator, Nick Wealthall. We might be 5,000 miles away, but I can smell them from here. How are you, Nick?
5,000 miles away, but I don't need my computer microphone to hear you, you loud bastard.
There you are. We are here. Hey, this is the opening event. It's we're starting off kind of smallish. This is an amazing event. The XL Inferno $75,000 opening event. And we have 636 entries in this event. So looks like there's an overlay. Mind you, that sounds pretty awesome. 636 entrants. We are down to somewhere in the neighborhood. Let's see exactly how many people we have here as I took a look at the info here. 636 players. Each player started with 50,000 chips. The buy-in on this tournament was $100. All good stuff. Blinds increase every 12 minutes. Thank you and welcome to this wonderful, wonderful day.
/night. Time zones.
Yeah, no, right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It is currently 3 p.m. here in Los Angeles. But what is it, like 11 p.m. for you? Midnight?
It's 11 p.m. So happy to be here. I was only going to be sleeping anyway, so this is cool. And midnight in Europe.
Midnight in Europe. That's great. What a great way. I mean, this is a great time to watch some online poker. So we are looking at, I believe, the chip leader in this thing. Yeah, that is Pescar 22, who just won that pot. And he is up to about 930,000 chips. Once again, the players started with 50,000 chips. I want to thank you all for joining us. Of course, you can watch this on YouTube or on Facebook. We will be following the comment section on Facebook. We also have an awesome free roll. We'll get into that momentarily. Nick, how have you been? I've missed you.
I know, I've missed you too. It's been a while for obvious reasons. But yeah, I'm good. I'm really good. My hair is particularly large. It doesn't completely come over on the screen, but it took me about half an hour to flatten it down. It doesn't grow long, it just grows bulbous. So
have you thought of getting the one of those like vacuum cleaning hair cutting machines?
Yeah, I have one of those. Yeah, they're perfect. They're perfect. What I'm actually going to do during the show, on about hour 2, I'm going to reveal an 888 ambassador from the middle of it.
Oh, we got an all-in and a call. Ace King versus Ace Jack. Diamonds. There's the diamond. Can we get a fill up? We can. Full house. What a way to start that. Oh, not diamonds. He made the diamonds anyway. Eddie makes the full house. Look at that. Oh.
That was a big pot.
That was a huge pot there. Our chip leader just got lost about a third of his stack to Doked. Who's stoked.
Is that Doked as in Dara Kearney? Is he Doked on 888?
Oh, I wonder. That would be pretty sweet. I don't know.
I don't know what he is on 888. I should look it up.
Find out. I've got all sorts of gadgets in front of me. I've got the Facebook feed in front of me. I'm trying to get in touch with this. There we go. Comments. Let's see what we got going on. We will sort this out. It's new to us here, so we're figuring it all out, and we can hold our hands.
We should give some context to the tournament, I think.
Please do. That's why you're here.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's event number 1 of the XL Inferno. You can jump in. Lots more events to come. We're going to bring you probably 4 nights of action in terms of streaming, but you can obviously play round the clock. This is event number 1. 75K opening event, $109 to buy into this one, 636 entries, and currently looking at 168 players remaining. Got something over $16,000 up top. So this is a really nice start to the series and going to be a nice result for somebody.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt at all. We'll be covering 4 events in all. Of course, the highlight of that will be the main event. Satellites running around the clock on 888 Poker. And the prize pool here actually is over 75K. So we have reached we have made the guarantee. The prize pool is just under 90K.
Yeah, pretty sweet.
Not bad at all. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman, thanks for joining us. Are you able to see the comment section of the Facebook page we're following?
Yeah, I can. Why?
Well, if you see anything interesting, we can always say hi to people. That's the best way for people to get a hold of us.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah,
You just become very quiet. Is your microphone's not in front of your face?
Oh, excuse me. Better?
Oh, you got quiet for some reason.
That's weird. Am I better?
Well, I mean, you're as good as it gets, but sound is still low.
Oh, really?
A little bit. Maybe it's better now. Pocket 8s versus Ace Jack. We've got an all in here. 8s hold. You can't go against 8s on 888 Poker.
You cannot. That's just a basic tactical error.
Right.
I can confirm that is Dara O'Kearney.
It is. Well, that's cool.
If you don't know Dara, he's a fantastic online player. He's also one of the most renowned satellite players in the world. He has a book on satellite strategy. And he's won 7 figures online. So if you want to watch some good online poker, that's top right of your screen, Doked. Everybody in the UK will already know who he is, by the way. This is for people outside the UK who don't, I think.
Okay, let's see what we got here. We got, what's up? Is that Lula, Andrea Avelina? Sebi, wondering what the password is. We'll get the password out for you very shortly. Free roll is about an hour away, so got a little bit of time. No fret. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Dara's, I've had the privilege and pleasure of doing commentary with Dara. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy, too. Do you know something I didn't know about Dara, besides the fact that he's a great poker player, is he is a long-distance runner.
Yeah, legit. Like, he's a really good long-distance runner. Competitive back in the day. And he's in action as well.
He is
Flat
in
calling
action.
here. Flat calling min raise.
Yeah, the blinds right now are 4,000, 8,000. Pot flop is 8, 4, 3, 2 clubs out there. Pot 66,000. The small blind came along for the ride as well. James C127 was the original raiser. I'll tell you, saying the names of the players, Nick, will be a throwback for us for sure.
Yeah, it will be a throwback. This is a throwback for me, full stop. Commentating on online poker, cards down. I love it.
Yeah. And for those of you who are... Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to commentate on the hand, but you fill in.
No, I was going to say, for those of you who are watching, we got the 3-way action headed to the turn. 4 clubs, so board pairs. Clubs get there. James was the original raiser. He's got to be a little bit concerned about that 4 clubs, right, Nick?
Yeah, a little bit. And also, fish with chips has got to be pretty strong to call out a position against these two twice, or hopefully at least he's not actually that deep. He's only got a little bit more than the pot size bet left.
Well, Doked is going to bet 41,000. A quick fold from fish with chips. Back over to James C. It feels like Doked is going to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a good position because he only really needs to worry about fish with chips. James C. I mean, James C. could have a hand, but he's got a good chance of getting that through if he's not completely nutted there. He obviously could have a big hand, but...
And Doked now our chip leader at this table. Not the chip leader throughout. That is Aluja, who has 911,000 chips. Of course, we'll try to stay on top of this table. 888 ambassadors that might still be in here. If you are stumbling across this and you're wondering, hey, why are the cards down? We've decided to keep the cards down, but I will tell you that both Nick and I have commentated on Cards Down Poker. It's definitely different, but I think there is a lot of enjoyment and education that can be had here. In fact, I would say that you'll probably learn more watching this than you would if you saw Cards Up.
Cards Up is very difficult to disassociate yourself from the cards. Like if you're trying to watch the stream, it's almost impossible actually, because your brain just constantly says what the answer is because it can see it right there. So yeah, it is interesting watching Cards Down. Bankai is almost all in here, just scraps left, and it's going to go in.
Does, and he's got the flush. King Jack of spades.
That seems good to me.
That's probably going to win this pot, and it does. Bankai 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 168,000, or about 21 big blinds. Knaber 666 back down to about 21 big blinds, a little bit more, maybe 23.
Guys, I can see a couple of people in chat looking for information. If you just open the 888 client and pop the lobby for XL Inferno 1, you can keep up to date with the entire tournament. That's what we're doing. Obviously, it updates in real time. 156 players remaining at the moment.
Once again, thanks for joining us here. You can watch the show on YouTube or, of course, on Facebook. We are trying to follow the Facebook chat. Cole Elm, greetings from Venezuela. Greetings back to you, my friend. Holland is watching. John Van Welsum. Good evening to you. I should say good morning. What is it, 12:30 in the morning there?
12:10.
Something like that?
Yeah.
Nico wondering what the password is to the XL Inferno. You will get the password momentarily. Stick with us. Doak raising again here.
669. Nice.
Nice.
David, do you watch the television program Brooklyn Nine-Nine?
No.
Oh.
I'm not familiar with that. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's a shame.
Have I ruined your story?
No, I don't have a story. It's just like I'm binge watching it, and so all my references are Brooklyn Nine-Nine. So it's going to be tough for you the next couple of days.
I'm not that smart. Half of your references I don't get anyway. Eights versus Ace King. Oh, this time the eights are in trouble.
Impossible on 888.
How did it happen?
How did it happen?
But just like that, we lose a player. James C. 127 up to over 600,000 with that one. So once again, this tournament, $100, 100 plus 9 to play it. We had 636 registered players. Prize pool just under 90,000. You got 50,000 chips. There were 3 rebuys allowed in this particular event. And as I look at the prize structure, 81 players will be paid. First place, $16,500.
Yeah, that is worth winning. Just a cheeky little 165 times your buy-in.
Yeah, it's pretty insane when you think about it. You have to imagine a lot of these players got into this event via satellite. So, to turn $5, $10 into 5 figures is certainly significant. By the way, the free roll that we've been referencing here is an 888 poker. Sorry, go ahead.
Serious free roll. It's a serious free roll. What we're giving away is really cool.
Yeah, 2, not 1, but 2 $250 seats to the XL main event, the XL Inferno main event that we've been referencing. Nick and I will be commentating on that. Also, $250 in added cash. And that starts at 11 p.m. GMT. So I believe that starts in 46 minutes. Am I correct?
Yes, you are. It's free.
Wait, it can't be free.
No, it's literally free.
Nothing.
It's just free. Yeah, it's nothing.
Play.
Just jump in, play, win yourself a main event ticket.
I mean, it must be really difficult to come up with what the password is, though. You've got to, jump through hoops, figure out some sort of weird equation or scavenger hunt to find the password, right? That must be hard.
We should make the password a riddle. That would be excellent. People would be very, very annoyed.
Well, here's the riddle, guys. If you want the riddle for the password, it is the site we are playing on right here. Ooh. You think they'll get it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
Yeah, the password is 888 poker, guys.
888 poker. We're playing commentator-friendly level now. Blinds are up to 5 to 10. Lovely. I can do the big blinds. Just ask me anyone. Just pick a player from the table. I'll give you their big blind like that.
James C.
69.2 big blinds.
Doked.
66.6 big blinds.
God, Nick you are spot on here. I tell you, you've been
unbelievable.
Yeah,
It's
you've been
unbelievable
quarantined for
maths.
months and still just sharp as a tack.
It's like Rain Man over here. It's a joke.
Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman, thanks for joining us here. 888 Poker's XL Inferno Series. We'll be going through all of the events, the whole schedule over the next 4 or so hours. Of course, this is event number 1. It was a $75,000 guaranteed opening event. Buy-in just $109, and the prize pool just under $90K.
Do you think I should play the free roll, David?
I don't know why you're not. I don't know why you're not playing in this event right now.
Well, because I'm supposed to talk about this event. Like, they don't mic up, Tom Brady as he's playing the Super Bowl, do they?
But let me ask you this. How much more interesting would it be if they did?
Well, because we're not going to have crowds in sports, so they did this at UFC. I really think they should just mic up all the players and all the refs and the coaches and everything. I think it would be an awesome experience.
I would love it.
Yeah. Why don't they do that? That'd be so cool.
Maybe they will. But yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe we can get you to play. Maybe we can get you to play and commentate on one of these.
One of these events. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Why not? Small little pot here developing between blind on blind here, and red nose in the small blind with 242,000 chips. Doked in the big blind. Pot's just 50,000 chips. Again, the blinds are 5,000, 10,000. You can see that in the top of your screen. Sorry. And they're going to chop this one up.
Yeah, Doked had showdown value, obviously, and just a chop pot.
Just a chop pot.
Just a chop pot. No drama.
No drama whatsoever. May 14th, May 15th, depending on where you are in the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here. 141 players remain out of 636. 81 players get paid. Reg Rastafari has raised it up minimum. Doked says, yeah, let's go up a couple of levels here. He 3-bets to 80,000. Back over to Reg Rastafari, and Doked is going to take that one down without a flop. Again, the XL Inferno Series running from May 14th through the 24th. Of course, the ultimate event is the main event, which you can win a seat to in that free roll. Again, the password for that free roll, 888 Poker.
Completely free. What value? Our chip leader just won a big pot, by the way. He's up to 1.4 million Aluja. 1.4 million is 140 big blinds at the moment. So that's pretty good. You're watching Doked, who is Dara O'Kearney. He's currently in 10th in the tournament overall. Obviously, we have David and I usually commentating on live tournaments. Difficult to get you information on the tournament that's actually current because you've got a whole event to cover. Here, we just look at the lobby. You can too get the info as it happens. 139 players remaining.
I can tell you about all. 139 players. I know concrete information about 89 of them at least.
Amazing.
Yeah. Got a research team working on this.
You're going to drop some knowledge, or I thought
you were
building up to like.
You just got to let me know who you want to know about, and I'll tell you.
Well, I'm interested in James C127. What's his story / anecdote? James
is actually a barber. He lives in northern UK. I mean, kind of. Is Wales considered UK?
Yes.
Yeah. He's just outside Wales.
But it's not northern. But don't worry.
It's not northern? Where's Wales?
No, to the left. It's west.
But it's kind of northwest, isn't it? I always think of London as the UK, so everything's north from London, pretty much.
Okay.
I know. I'm an ignorant American. I apologize.
No, you're fine. You're good. You're all right on Britain generally, aren't you?
Generally, fish with chips is going to take that one down. 4 spades out there. Again, blinds are 5,000, 10,000. Blinds pop up every 12 minutes. So we keep going on.
Yeah, what's 12-minute blinds online the same as live? 40 minutes, 35 minutes, something like that? 30 minutes?
Yeah, probably the equivalent of like a 45-minute level.
Hmm.
I mean, how many more hands they get in per hour? It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, way more, obviously, yeah. I've done tables so we can show you the chip leader, Aluja, 1.4 million on the left-hand side of your screen.
Oh, there he is. Yeah. See, this is a great feature. So we can just pop around. That's the one thing that's kind of fun about covering these online events. And hopefully 888 Poker and Nick and I will be doing this in the future going forward, whether there's a virus or not, whether we're stuck at home or not. I think this with live poker is just such a great thing. But the cool thing about this is we can just pop from table to table. As one becomes a little less interesting, we move to a table that becomes more interesting. And as Nick pointed out, Aluja with piles and piles of chips, 1.4 million.
Yeah, you could have just come to me. I'll just immediately tell you it's 143 big blinds.
Wow.
Yeah. I told you that was service. I was willing to provide that service, and I will do for another 3 minutes. After that, you can no longer use that service.
We're done. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, no, well, I've got a computer. I've got a calculator. It'll be fine. Just won't be as fast.
Pair of jacks here for the Lion, Elisa man. He's going to take that one down. Once again, the password for the free roll is 888 Poker. Good luck. That is starting in 38 minutes. Go get yourself some. Ronan Donnery just registered. Cheers to you. Victor, what's up, my man? Sylvia, Canadian style. Thanks so much for joining us here. Cheers. Do you have coffee?
Yeah. I got tiny coffee.
Big coffee.
Yeah. It's evening. It's the different times of day, you see. Aluja's going to win another one. 1.5 million now. Lovely.
We're close-ish to the money. Still 130 players remain. 81 get paid. I wonder at what point does that become relevant for these players?
It's quite a big bubble. So the buy-in is $109, and let me just double check. I've got it right in my head. Yeah, the bubble is $263.
Well, that is big.
So that's a big bubble. That's like 2.5 times the buy-in. So significant. If players satellited in, that's a really a huge bubble.
Yeah, and that's how all the top players in the world. That's how they factor whether they're playing a $5,000 tournament, a $500 tournament, or a $100,000 tournament. They kind of look at those bubbles. Is it 2 times the buy-in? Am I getting 1.2x the buy-in, or in this case, 2.5 times the buy-in? That's how they calculate the value. My primitive mind, though, can't get past the fact if I'm playing a big tournament, even if the buy-in is just like 1.2x, and I'm like, I want it though. I just want to make sure that I'm free rolling the rest of the way.
Money's money. Profit's profit.
Money is money.
I always end up saying in commentaries, but like a really good return in tournaments is like 120% ROI. So like 20% profit for every dollar you put down. Like that's a good return. Like a really good player who's got a really big edge might do a bit better. But cashing is, if you think about it like that, cashing is really significant. It is.
Yeah, it's huge. When you say Boss Man is going to take that small pot up to 280,000, when you say 120%, 20% return on your money. Is that factoring in travel and hotels as well? Or no?
Well, it's online.
Well, I wasn't, but I was factoring I was putting it all in together because
Oh,
there
no.
was a point there for this.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, if you have expenses, then it's hard, right? Now, you might be able to have a bigger edge than 20%, but most people are overestimating their edge most of the time. So, don't know what to say. It's easier online, put it that way.
Right. It's certainly easier because you don't have the expenses. And if you can, if your ROI online is say 10, 15, 20%, what are your expenses? Whatever the internet costs are pretty much. But I would imagine if you're a good enough player to have a 20% edge online, you probably have a 50% edge live. Is that safe to say or no?
I mean, that's a huge edge. Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about live tournament. What kind of edge is realistic? I mean, if you're Phil Ivey and you're playing the World Series of Poker main event, you have like way bigger than that. But you're going to play up to your bankroll anyway. So, like, if you want to play live in tournaments that are big enough to make a living from, you're going to struggle to have it. Do you see what I mean? You're going to struggle to have a 50% edge in those tournaments. If you're playing $100 tournaments, it's definitely possible to have 150% ROI, like 50% return, right? But if you're playing in bigger tournaments, it gets tough, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's two sides to the coin in this sense where clearly I don't think there's any doubt that on the most part, people that are winning online are going to be better than winning players that play live. Online poker is tougher than live poker. That said, I would imagine, though, with the amount of hands you get in a live poker tournament, it's hard to realize your equity advantage. Like the Chris Moorman, for example. I mean, let's look at our 888 live events. Chris Moorman has not had much success at these 888 live events. I don't think there's anybody who's going to question his ability, but you realize that it's such a small sample size. There's so much luck involved in these tournaments.
Well, I mean, do you remember the Gus Hansen book, Every Hand Revealed? Do you remember that book? It came out 10 years ago, 12 years ago. So basically, Gus Hansen won the Aussie Millions, and he wrote a book which documented every single hand that he played in that tournament. Did he win or did he come in the top three? Anyway, it takes you through a tournament. And what was really interesting to me back then, kind of 12 years ago or something, was how few hands there were in the book. I was like, wait a minute, really? And so he played like a 4-day tournament, but I think he'd only played 300 and something hands, or whatever, 400 hands. So you are always dealing with a small sample size if you're talking about one tournament. Obviously, the advantage online is you can just play so many more tournaments.
Right.
Obviously.
By the way, obviously, we have moved tables. You'll notice that our chip leader, Alusia, not that table anymore. We've replaced them with Audis Posti, who has 1.3 million. Of course, the reason we're at this table is 888 Ambassador Sophia Lundgren is at the table, bottom right corner of your screen. She is the husky with the sunglasses.
Just changed, man.
She's been working out.
Lockdown has changed her, yeah.
Yeah, why isn't her avatar her?
I didn't want to ask.
Like, wouldn't that be obvious?
Yeah.
I mean, she has her name there.
Sophia,
DiCarpio.
DiCarpio's it?
Yeah, I don't know. DiCarpio's at the table. I wonder if that's Leonardo DiCarpio.
Definitely, that's definitely what he would put.
Well, that's what you think. See, everybody's like, "Oh, come on, they would never do that." It's kind of the best way to do it. You go in as yourself, and
Plausible
nobody thinks it's you.
Misdirection type thing. I gotcha.
Right. Thanks for joining us here. 888 Poker. We are here for the XL Inferno. Thanks for joining us, Nick Wethall, David Tuckman. We're watching Sophia Lundgren's table. Sophia, I actually think she, without downplaying anybody else's ability as ambassadors, I actually think she's probably one of the stronger all-around poker players that we have in our 888 poker stables. I mean, she beats cash games. She's made deep runs in many tournaments. She is a phenomenally talented poker player.
And she's a cool wolf.
And she has just 3-bet all in. Back over to Crap Machine. Does not make the call. Blinds are 6,000, 12,000. So that was actually kind of interesting. Okay, work with the math on me here. Crap Machine opened and folded to what I believe was a 7 big blind shove.
Yeah, I had the wrong table up.
Yeah, we moved. Sorry, we're moving quick,
yeah,
man.
No, I know. I'm up to speed now. So, yeah, that was interesting. I mean, Sophia would not have been expecting a fold.
No, which means she was not. I mean, which means she's almost definitely never bluffing there. I mean, she definitely had a hand. I mean, it did represent 1/3 of. Oh, we got an all in here. Pair of nines. And the jacks hold. I have Scotty, yeah, doubled up. He only had, again, he had about 12 big blinds, so Queen 9 was in there. And we are down to 115 players. I just found that interesting. I mean, Crap Machine had a hand that he could open and then fold to a 7 big blind shove.
Well, he didn't, but he didn't have a hand that he could do that, but he did do that. Is the thing.
Right? Clearly, yeah. I mean, there's no hand that you could have that you could open and then fold to 7 big blinds, right? From a mathematical point of view.
No, because there's so much dead money. You're getting whatever you're getting 3-1 or 4-1 or something. So you got to put it in there. That's what she said.
Exactly. I mean, I guess that's one of the reasons why you start developing limping ranges later on in tournaments, depending on what the stack depths are behind you, right? And what your stack depth is.
Yeah, you definitely can add that as a tool. I mean, the point is though that if she shoves, the fact that she's got a better hand doesn't mean it's bad for you, because if you're getting the odds to call, then you're an underdog in the hand, but you're still making a profitable call. So it's not the end of the world when that happens. When it's such a short shove, I mean.
XL Inferno. We're on fire. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here. This is event number 1. This is slated to be a 10-day series. Blind on blind here between the chip leader at the table, 1.3 million in front of Audis Posti, who is currently number 2 in chips throughout. And I believe we have number 2 and 3 at this table.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Has 1.07 million.
Yeah, hard for DiCaprio there. It was either shove or fold. Getting squeezed as a kind of middle stack with 20 something big blinds. See, I can't do it anymore. They changed the level and I can't do it.
Yeah, it's almost impossible right now.
It's almost impossible.
I think you need an engineering background or degree to be able to.
Yeah, or you can get a PO solver or something, I suppose. Do it that way, but
right.
Yeah, it's beyond me.
What are those old school calculators that you used when you were, 50 years ago? What were those things called?
50 years ago.
Yeah, kind of like the slide ruler thingamajiggies.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, like you move the things like the Greeks used to have.
Right. I've never actually used one, but I've heard of it.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about now. I just don't know what they are. I'm gonna look it up.
Who can help us out in the chat? By the way, Narin Ramrup, you are welcome for the password. Good luck to you. The free roll begins in 26 minutes. Get in there. 888 Poker is that free roll. John Goodman says, just bagged my seat to the tournament. Good God, John. Riyadh Khan, you're welcome. Angela, good luck to you. Willie, Connor, Dragos, Vuter, Thanks for joining us, guys, here on the XL Inferno stream. Lines are 6,000, 12,000.
It's called a slide rule.
There it is. That's it. That's exactly
It's
what
a
I meant.
slide rule. Yeah, I don't know how you use one. I've never used one, but yeah.
You know what? Next live tournament I play, I will have a slide rule with me. I'm going to break it out. And then
I'd like to see that.
When somebody asks me how many chips I have, I will look at my chips. I will use my slide rule, and then I will tell them in big blinds.
Nice. And that will not be at all annoying.
No.
Well, it's actually really funny if you just spend a lot of time with the slide rule and then just say a number.
Sophia not going to get involved here. Audi Posti continues his dominance, now up to 1.4 million chips. He is the overall chip leader in this tournament. 112 players remain, 111. They're dropping like flies, Nick.
So are we close enough to the bubble where people start to be aware that they're close to the bubble in this tournament? Like, are people starting to massively adjust their play, or are we not close enough?
I don't know. It's an interesting question. I mean, online, it certainly is going to happen quicker than it would live. I mean, I think if you're in that kind of like 18 to 22 big blind area, you've got to be at least aware of it. I think Sophia is cognizant of the fact that she doesn't have enough chips to do that with, but she just picked up another 50,000. She's actually doubled up twice by just moving all in against Crap Machine.
Yeah.
Without even seeing a flop.
Yeah, and I do think one of the differences, even to this day in tournaments, is that when we get to this stage, professional players or consistent winning players will move in either over an opening raise or as an opening shove themselves. They'll do it that little bit earlier than a recreational poker player will do, because they're just more prepared to take the slight risk they get called to make sure they don't get short stacked. They're just willing to take a little bit more risk.
I can definitely get behind that. Nonita up to 1.1 million chips. Sophia Lovegren at our table. Of course, Sophia, an 888 poker ambassador, has had a ton of success playing poker. She plays cash. She plays 10, 20, even higher out in Singapore regularly, but also travels the poker circuit and has had a ton of success all over the world.
551 players in the free roll. It's a lot of players.
We can get more. Let's get them up. Let's go. I mean, we're giving away, what, 2 XL main event seats and $250 in added cash. So that is just about $800 in value.
That's crazy. It's free.
Free. I don't know why. Are you really not going to play?
Yeah, I'm registered. What?
Oh, okay. I was going to say, why wouldn't you play?
It's free. It's free.
Yeah.
And I'll probably win it.
Just because you'll mindlessly be pushing buttons, right?
Yeah.
Blind on blind here. I have Scatty versus Retiree. I got to tell you, the 888 poker software is pretty sharp. I like the way it looks.
You like the bright colors, the engaging, lovely bright colors, the smooth graphics?
I do. I like the bright colors. I like the different avatars that you can choose. I like the background.
What I'd like for them to do, and I know we've got the team listening to the stream, I would like for them to get it so that our faces are on the table. Like, I like what we have now, but I think the next level would be just for us to be actually on the table and like talking out from the graphic from the table.
I'm going to assume.
Listening.
I was completely, and I like the idea. And I didn't think it needed a comment. I thought it
Right.
just stood on its own.
Yeah, I think people would really enjoy it.
Yeah.
Just as they're trying to play poker, just our faces right there.
Well, I mean, why not put legs on the faces and make a stance too?
Nice.
If somebody got knocked out or like bluffed and got called, we could dance over to them and do a little shake in front of them, make them feel bad. I'm assuming that 888 poker has a 4-color card deck. So if that is the case, we're gonna fix that for next time, I think.
What's wrong with classic?
You know what? I already missed one flush. It's just quick. It's just, you see hearts, you see diamonds. We're online.
What do you mean Mr. Flush? They're totally different shape. Look at them.
They are, but you know what? I'm looking at my XL Inferno stream schedule. I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
looking at our chat. I'm looking at the chat over here.
Can I confess I haven't looked at you once? You're not even on my screen. I can just hear your voice in my.
What? Are you kidding me?
No, relax. I'm joking. You're right there. I've got a massive David Tuckman right there.
Crap Machine just over bet the turn. He bet 207,000 into a pot, and it's going to work. DiCarpio does not call. Blinds are 7,000, 14,000 now.
Don't you feel like No Needer's name should have another word? No Needer panic. No Needer woman. No Needer. Do you know what I mean?
No need a husband.
Right. Missed opportunity. Probably just ran out of time. Solomon's dying. Screen name, screen name, screen name.
No need a screen name.
No need a screen name.
There you go.
Meta.
107 players remain in event number 1, the XL Inferno. This is a $75,000 opening event of this series. We shattered that prize pool. Prize pool nearly 90,000. First place is 16,500. Three-way action, 7 high flop. Sorry, I said three-way action. It's actually on heads up here. I thought DiCarpio called, but he did not call. Audi Posti going to lead out after 3-betting pre. 83,000.
Nice flop. He'll be a little bit disappointed to call, probably, to get a call.
Well, depending on what he has, he'll be disappointed.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if I've got aces, kings, queens, any of those hands, I'm certainly not disappointed at all.
He doesn't. We're getting a very ace-queen vibe off this. Look into the little deer's eyes. It's the ace queen all over this. I'm telling you.
Well, Tournier feels like, I mean, does he have 9s here? Does he have 10s here? He is going to bet, and a quick fold from Audi Posti,
who definitely had ace queen.
Almost 100%. We don't need cards. We have Nick Wealthall, folks.
I've got you. All right.
We are so good here. What's up, Jamie Jeans? Jenilyn Villanueva. The password is 888poker. What's up, Ray? Thanks for joining us. Let 888poker know you love this. Let them know. We want to see more online streaming from 888poker.
I'm waiting to see how it goes. I'm trying to judge as a fan. I'll let you know at the end of the night. All right?
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
By the way, you can actually, we do have online reporting. They do a great job here. If you want to, you can go to Poker News and check out the XL Inferno. There are updates going on right now.
And this is a really cool series. Like, you can get involved pretty much 24/7. Satellites running on 888 all the time. Really nice guarantees. As you can see from event 1, there's going to be big fields. It's going to be a lot of money to win, and you can satellite for not very much. So, and the main event's going to be really exciting. $250 main event, which you could be playing for free, by the way, if you can beat me in a free roll. Doesn't sound likely, but second is good enough because there's 2 main event tickets.
By the way, the main event, do you know what the guarantee is on the main event?
It's going to be a big number.
$500,000.
Hello.
$500,000 is the guarantee.
That's good. It's a big number.
That is a lot of money here. So we have a raise here from Tournier 9.
Under the gun, playing a lot of hands.
No, you don't get 1.4 million chips unless you play a lot of hands. He's down to 1.2 at the start of this hand, though.
You don't get rid of 1.4 million chips unless you play.
Right. By the way, for those of you at home, I will just let you know, I'm going to be rounding up or rounding down chips constantly. I am not going to say that Vladimir has 267,893 chips. We'll just call that 267. If that bothers you, my apologies. Yeah, this is level 22, and you can follow all the action over at Poker News as well if you want to know how we got here, who got their chips. By the way, we are down to 102 players. All in here for DiCarpio. Moving in from the cutoff seat. Does not get any action. Nick, how have you been spending your quarantine?
Oh, good question. Yeah, so we've been locked down for about 2 months here in the UK, and I've been working mainly.
Sounds exciting.
Yeah.
Are you you're in the UK? You're not in Malta.
No, we're in the UK. Actually, we had a decision to make. Oh, we got an all-in. Sophia's
call.
going to be all-in.
Oh, what a spot here! This is a no-brainer for both players. Sophia has the club as well, and she gets a full double up here. I like the shove. It's an obviously slam dunk call. You agree?
Yeah, I would have called there. Yeah.
You like the shove, though. I mean, Sophia's got 11 big blinds.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And we're 20 away from the money.
Yeah. That's a auto shove, very profitable shove.
Right, with Jack 9 off
to run into like the fourth best hand or whatever.
Yeah, he got really unlucky, or she.
Did. Sophia got lucky there. You got to have those spots.
Yeah, and they've got to hold. So Sophia, by the way, back up to 346,000 chips. So you're quarantined. You had a decision to make between it was Malta or UK, and you chose the UK.
Yeah, only because both my wife and I have work here, and we have a nice house, we have a garden, so we've got a decent setup, and like because I knew it was going to be for longer than everyone was saying, it's just obvious to me that this was going to be an ongoing thing. Actually, I talked about it on your podcast, right? I was quite pessimistic, and unfortunately, turned out that way.
Unfortunately, we were right.
Yeah, unfortunately, we were right. So this country's not done a great job with it. Malta has done a great job with it, but even still, I think for us it was a bit of a no-brainer. But
right.
But yeah,
I assume if the lockdown was like December, January, February, maybe Malta would have won.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We have had pretty good weather, and it makes a difference being able to get out. We never had. So some countries like Italy had a complete lockdown where they couldn't even go outside. We never had that. The most restrictive we had in the UK was you can only go outside for one walk a day, but at least you could go out.
Was there? How can they tell who has more than one walk a day?
They can't.
Was it like I'm just wondering, somebody walking by tagging you, there's your walk, or you only get 7 passes per day for a week or something?
Yeah, exactly. Or they put a little device on you and your ankle explodes if you go out twice.
I mean, what's the point of putting a policy out there if you cannot enforce it? That seems ridiculous, but whatever. Well, that's neither here nor there.
So you've just any policy.
Right, so you've been working. Got an all in here from retiree, Audi Posti in the big blind. Not going to call. We are following Sophia Lovegren's table here. Blinds are 7,000, 14,000. We are just 18 spots away from the money. We're down to 99 players left. As we watch this, the money bubble burst, and that should happen relatively soon. Online poker obviously moves fast. Nick Walthall, David Tuckman here for 888 Poker.
You're watching. Yeah, it won't take too long.
No. Yeah. So you haven't been able to, you haven't learned a new language?
I haven't learned a new language. I haven't written my novel. I haven't done any of those things. I'm lucky because I have work, because I've got 2 businesses, and one of them I've had to reconfigure to be online, but now we're doing a lot of training for clients online and remotely. So it's actually quite a lot of work to sort all that out, but kept me busy. I feel sorry for people that haven't got work, because that's when it gets difficult. I think I would not have liked to have had the last 2 months without work. I feel sorry for people who have.
Yeah. No, I mean the best scenario is having work and also being quarantined and staying home with like a toddler.
How's your quarantine been, David?
That's awesome. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, no, it's awesome. No, it's fantastic. All things considered,
No, because
we're fine.
many I've heard from many parents that they formed a much deeper bond with their children because they've spent more time with them. Is that you can recognize that?
Oh yeah, yeah, much deeper bonds. I'm sure we'll look back at this moment many
The-
years from now and look back at it and think, like when I'm old and my kids are out of the house, I will look back at this and go, oh, what I would give to be quarantined with them again.
you won't.
No, probably not. No, in all seriousness, though, it's obviously I've been saying this, and I feel like everybody's quarantine experience is unique. Some people have work, some people don't have work, some people have children, some people don't have children, some people are alone, and everybody's got to deal with it.
I think that's yeah. I mean, I have a couple of friends who are in that situation who are on their own, and I think that is tough, no question, really tough. Um,
So
but yeah,
for anybody, and
fun.
obviously, and some people obviously are dealing with loved ones who have gotten sick and themselves getting sick. So obviously, here at 88 Poker, our thoughts and prayers with everybody who are dealing with this, who's dealing with this, no matter how you might be dealing with this. Obviously, it's a difficult
Absolutely.
time. I will say that I've learned how to play guitar.
Have you
I
really?
I did not know how to play the guitar at all when I started this quarantine,
Right.
and I am now terrible at it. But I can
Improvement.
Right. I went from I had no idea what I was doing to I'm now just terrible. And depending on how much longer this goes, maybe I can get to the point where I'm just terrific.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. Another raise here from Audi Posti, who has been very
Perhaps
active.
perhaps this time next year you'll be vaguely competent. Yeah, this is a nice spot for DiCarpio, although he's not that deep actually. Looking again, got about 12 big blinds, but it may get a fold. Yeah, it does get a fold. There you go.
There, you're just printing there. I mean, regardless of what he has, obviously, if he's got a hand, it's better. Or if he's got a blocker, it's really nice. But Audi Posti is just going to be on auto raise there from the cutoff seat.
Mm.
It's such a great spot for him because the other chip leader, Nonita, was in the small blind, a position you don't normally see a player play out of that much. So just definitely a spot for DiCarpio to be raising a lot. I've also somehow gotten a little bit handy during this quarantine. I built my wife a raised garden bed for Mother's Day.
Okay,
Got
that sounds
myself,
clever.
wood and stuff and drills, and I
Okay,
was able to put it together. And uh, we have a garden bed that I built.
wow.
Yeah, which
I mean, I can't. I'm like being serious. I can do anything like that.
in all fairness, 3 months ago, I would not have been able to do it either. But through the magic of YouTube University, I learned.
YouTube is incredible. It is incredible.
Yeah, I
So
genuinely think I learned more from YouTube than I would from like school
yeah,
right now.
I learned how to swim freestyle when I was a few years ago, which I could never do before. I learned it all from YouTube.
You didn't know how to swim?
I could swim, but not proper, proper front crawl freestyle where you put your face in the water and breathe. I could never do that when I was a kid.
Fair enough.
Yeah, new skill. I haven't learned anything in quarantine. I can't emphasize this enough. I've learned nothing. Nothing.
But like I said, you've been working.
Yeah,
You've been working, and
yeah.
that's a different story. I mean, if you're working, that's
It's just
your life.
normal life.
Your
Normal
life
life.
really hasn't changed. If anybody can tell from from the color of your skin, you don't go out very often. You're quite pasty. So it's not
Thank
like,
you.
the fact that you don't go out doesn't change anything.
I have the skin of a fresh-faced Englishman.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's a
Blinds,
little dangerous for me to go out, to be honest.
right. So best thing for you. I believe the players are going on a break in 1 minute. When the players go on a break, we will go on a break as well. It'll just be a couple of minutes, though. Don't go anywhere. I mean, if you need to, go get yourself a drink, let the dog outside, throw him a ball, come back. We'll be here.
Yeah, we'll be hitting the money soon, which will be cool.
Yeah, we are at 95 players. And I have to imagine, you asked me earlier on, if the players are aware of where they're at. Maybe they weren't with 115 left. I have to imagine now they are.
Yeah, I think you're right. So this will be interesting. Last time, Sophia got the double up here. This time, Tournier limps. And Sophia has just under almost exactly 20 big blinds behind. Thinking.
She's
Check.
going to check. This is kind of a spot there. And a little bit there from 20er, and Sophia quickly folds. And as you can see, the players are going on a 6-minute break. So we will take that break as well. More action from the XL Inferno in 5.5 short minutes.
Welcome back, David.
It's good to be back. Good to be back. What did I miss? Anything exciting?
No.
Nothing exciting. We're still not in the money.
We just restarted. We're still not in the money. No.
Nope. 93 players remain out of 636.
That's correct.
In cash is about 2.5 times the buy-in, which is pretty good.
Really good. Big cash.
Retiree putting their tournament life on the line here, moving all in for 252,000. Blinds are still 816 for another 4 minutes. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here for the XL Inferno.
Yeah, hard call for the rest of the players to make here. You need a pretty big hand to call this off.
Yeah, you imagine retiree has to be pretty strong here, right? Moving all in under the gun.
Potentially, yeah. But I mean, also...
There's the call. Aces versus
strong.
jacks. That's pretty strong.
Yeah.
And clean run out for retiree and a full double up to 528,000. Maybe I'm a nit. I don't know, but I don't know if I'm calling off jacks there from an under the gun raise. What do you think? It's gotta be pretty close when you're like 5 away from the money, right?
Yeah, I don't think I can fold though. I mean, I don't know.
Like maybe you're up. I mean, I guess I don't know if retiree is moving all in with 8s. So I feel like it's like 9s plus ace, queen, ace, king. Maybe I'm being too tight.
I mean, yeah, because like there are so many combinations of like ace, king, and if you're giving them ace, king, and ace, queen, I mean, you don't have to call, right? You don't have to call. It's not a big. It's not like you're going to be an amazing shape against their range, really. But at the same time, it's pretty strong. I mean, they're going to move in with 10s, aren't they?
I have my
They're going to move in with.
I have my Poker Cruncher advanced odds here. I'm going to check that out.
Oh, good. This is going to be good TV.
Well, I'm curious. What would you say? Is it fair to assign a range for an all-in under the gun, 8 away from the money for that stack size? Would you say 9s plus an ace
What was
queen?
that 16, 17 big blinds?
Yeah. So I mean, they could have just folded easily.
Yeah, they could, but I think do they really fold ace queen there? I think
no. I said 8. Let's say ace queen, ace king,
yeah.
9s plus.
Yeah, that seems about right. So you got to call.
I'm intrigued. We'll find out here. I'm going to do a little range there. We'll have fun with it.
David's having fun with it, and we're playing 8,000, 16,000, but only for another minute or so. 10 players away from the money in event 1 of the XL Inferno. And we ended up with 636 entries, so $16,500 for somebody, one of these 91 remaining players.
Okay, for the record here, guys. So I have assigned a range of 9s plus ace queen and ace king versus jacks. And we've got 50-50. It's 49.8% versus 50.2%. So it's essentially a coin flip against that range. I mean, I think queens are a slam dunk. You're definitely calling every time. I would say 10s are not a call and jacks are close, which is kind of what we said, right?
Against that range, yeah. Yeah.
Now listen, we could be totally off base. I mean, maybe retiree is also shoving ace jack there. And if they're shoving ace jack, if they're ever shoving ace 10, if they're ever shoving 8s and other hands like that, then it becomes a slam dunk call. But
it's one of those calls where if you don't, in the absence of other information, right? So if you don't know anything about the player, you're unlikely, because of the situation, because you're close to the money, you're unlikely to be in amazing shape very often. So like against any reasonable range, you're going to be a slight favorite. And I don't know if you want to take those spots or not when you're close to the money in a big event with a big bubble. Don't know.
Tell me if I'm totally off base here, but if I'm Nilu and I've got jacks there, if I have 1,200,000 and I'm thinking, I'm probably about 50-50 here. Maybe I have a slight edge. Maybe I'm 52-48, but I've got 1.2 million chips. I can afford it. I'll probably make the call. But if I'm
Right.
Nilu and I only have 220,000 and I lose this, and if I lose this hand, I'm really in danger of not cashing. Then probably I should fold because of ICM.
Probably. I mean, I'm absolutely not an expert on this, on the fine detail, but in general, the principle is true because, your chips are worth more if you're a shorter stack. Because of what you've just said, because of the possibility of elimination. If you're eliminated from the tournament now with just 7 or 8 players between you and the money, it is a disaster, right? Because your existence in the tournament right now is worth. So if the bubble's like whatever the bubble is, 260, your existence in the tournament right now is worth at least $240 or something. If you go out, you go from $240 to zero. So, you do have to have a significant edge to be putting your tournament on the line right now in this event.
And by the way, for those people out there, moving all in with jacks, significantly different, of course, than calling with jacks.
Yeah, completely different.
Posti going to put DiCarpio to the test. We're down to 89 players. And DiCarpio thinks about it, lets that one go.
Yeah, Otis Posti can shove 100% of his hands there.
Just taking advantage of the money bubble, his stack size. Yeah, Nilu is in a really tough spot here. He's the only player at this table who probably can't fold into the money. But he'll be every bit of his time bank each time before folding.
Going to be tough. Got to be one of the shortest stacks right now in the whole thing.
He's got 2 big blinds.
He is the shortest stack right now in the whole tournament. Just had a look.
That's okay. You know what? That's actually a really cool factor, a cool part of streaming online poker is that we have that information right at hand.
It's nice, right?
Yeah, it's really cool. What other short stacks do we have? I'm curious here. So he is short by far.
Yeah, he's winning.
Winning for sure.
Winning the one you don't want to win.
Once again, thanks for joining us. We are here at the 888 Poker XL Inferno. This series will be going on from May 14th through the 24th. Nick Welthall, David Tuckman calling the action. Of course, the free roll just started 10 minutes ago. You can still register. Late registration is open for another 20 minutes. Get in on the action. We're giving away 2 main event seats, each one valued at $250, plus another $250. And Nick, it's all free, right?
It's completely free, David. This is free money. It's not quite as good as you described it because I'm in the free roll. So one of those bad boys is locked up for me, but you could win the other main event seat. So think about that.
Yeah, fairly amazing stuff there. The free roll, for the password for that, very simple, 888 Poker. 888 Poker gets you in there. 20 minutes left to register. So take a look at that. The XL Inferno Series, of course, 10 days, 1.5 million guaranteed. That main event is 500,000 guaranteed.
Yeah, the main event's going to be really fun. We're watching Sophia Lovgren, the 888 ambassador. Doesn't look like Sophia, looks like a wolf. Don't be fooled. It's actually Sophia. Check out the name. That's how you'll know.
So I'm looking at actually both chats now, and I see Angela, Ronan, all in the Facebook chat. I glance over to the YouTube chat. Like a Mage, Charlie E, Celebrations, Addison Oliver, Tanner,
David,
Marcouche.
When you move like you're doing, bits of you disappear. It's quite funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's somewhat disturbing.
Sorry
it's like
about that.
It's like Back to the Future. It's like, do you remember the first Back to the Future and the photos going? It's like that.
Where the guy's falling apart. Yeah, I don't actually have an 888 poker sign behind me. It's a green screen. So when I move, I guess it kind of eats me a little bit.
Just like in the movies.
Just like in the movies. Addison Oliver in the chat over on YouTube. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Our first online 888 stream. Cool. You'll always be able to say you were here, there, you were there.
I feel like we should send everybody who's watching some sort of commemorative ticket so they can frame it.
We can't afford 5 commemorative tickets, David. We can't.
All in here from Zuber for 148,000. You have to imagine Zuber is pretty strong here to 3-bet all in.
Yeah, only has 7 big blinds, so it doesn't have to be absolutely nutted, like, you know, but yeah, it should be strong enough.
But it's not an open shove, by the way. I mean, it's an all in over a raise.
Retiree's getting 2.3 to 1 on that call.
Wow, that's a huge win for Zuber.
Yeah, massive. I mean,
3-bet all in, 7 big blinds and get it through.
No, had oh yeah, you're absolutely right. 7 big blinds. Okay.
Has added more than 50% to his stack, pretty much. Pretty amazing. Blinds 10,000, 20,000. I assume this is also a blind level you can handle.
Ish. I mean, I'll give it a go.
You know, just for you, just tell us how many small blinds everybody has.
How many small blinds? Oh, cool.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
That's
Retiree
no
with 55 small blinds. Wow.
Yeah. And what you can do, viewers, is if you just halve that number, I'm not going to do it. Obviously, I'm busy commentating, but if you just halve that number, you'll get to the number of big blinds. So, little system you can use there, both for this and in your personal life. I'm doing very well in the free roll. I haven't won a pot, but I have 320 players doing worse than me. So, I haven't won a pot.
This is exciting, actually. I think this is really. DiCarpio is all in for 226,000 chips, all in for his last 11 big blinds. Action folds around to crap machine in the small blinds. Every stream that you and I do, whether it's live poker or online, we've always had a free roll. We've almost never been able to kind of follow along. This is exciting. I feel like we're following 2 tournaments at the same time.
Yeah, if you want to stop by and watch me fold, you can do that.
How many entries do we have in the free roll?
In the free roll, we've got entries.
Ace Queen versus sixes. There's the queen. DiCarpio needs help, does not get there, and DiCarpio has been eliminated. We're down to 87 players, I believe.
Yeah, unlucky to be called, but Tournier picked up Ace Queen, and that's the end of that story. $1 million for Tournier.
Yeah.
846 in the free roll.
Registration still open for another 15 minutes. Get in there. Password is 888 poker. 888 poker. Wait, 800 people registered and already 300 are out?
That's correct, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, no, excuse me. I might be very bad at this. Hang on.
It's Nick's first day.
No, but it actually is. It actually is my first day. So we've got 848 players remaining. In fact, what I can't see is how many registered in total. Loads.
Loads registered.
Yeah, it just says loads. It says loads on the tournament lobby. It says loads.
Registered loads. If you're wondering about this particular tournament, we had 636 players. 81 are getting paid. We are down to 87. 6 away from the money. Nilu, by the way, poor guy or girl is on life support. Started this hand with just 30,000 chips. 20 of them are in the pot. Do you just call it 82 here?
It's looking bad.
I mean, can you fold this no matter what?
Well, you can survive one more hand, but you're not going to hit the money, are you? In the next hand, it's
No.
very unlikely. So actually, no, you shouldn't fold. Because you should, I think, right? Because you're not going to hit the money in the next hand by folding.
I don't think you can fold. I mean, if we were down to 82 or 83, I could say fold, and who knows, something crazy could happen in one hand, and maybe you get lucky. But with 87 left, we need 6 eliminations. That's just not going to happen. There he is, the all-in. We don't see the all-in. We don't see the cards because 2 players are in there. We have a side pot. Main pot's 120,000. 10-10 deuce. There's a bet. There's a call. That is not a good sign for Nilu, by the way.
No.
When you get action.
No, good point.
Check on the turn. Queen.
Oh.
Send it. Look at that, Nilu. And that's why you don't fold there, by the way, folks.
Yeah, up to 5 big blinds. Now with a real chance of cashing. A turnaround.
Oh, absolutely.
I've got aces in the free roll, David. Do you think they'll win?
I would say you have a 38% chance of winning that hand.
I've got less of a chance now. I've told everyone. But I just sort of figure nobody's actually, I'm just betting all my chips and seeing what happens.
Be pretty funny. By the way, I am also following. We're on this table with Nilu, but now that Nilu has quintupled up, and he's not kind of on he's not on death watch anymore. I wanted to get a hold of what's going on with Sophia Lovegrins, and that is table 31.
Table 31, guys.
Yeah, so I'm we're gonna head over to table 31 momentarily. But I am prepping you, Sophia, with 250,000 chips. Still keeping an eye on this table in the interim, though. Action folds around to the blinds. Nilu versus retiree. Nilu in the small blind now with 5 bigs. Does he give retiree a walk or does he shove? All in. Action on retiree. There's the call. Ace-5 versus ace-9. And Nilu is gone. That's it. That's all she wrote.
Oh.
That's unlucky. That's really unlucky.
Yeah.
Ace-5 suited in the small blind with 5 bigs.
That is unlucky.
And we are down to 85, I believe. So we say goodbye to Nilu. We go say hello to our new table. Again, this is table 31. You don't need to know that because we're going to do the work for you. Just look on your screen and it magically changes. Tilted with nearly 1 million chips, but Mario 1985.
1.6. Lovely.
And he is our chip leader.
Exciting news from the free roll, David. Full double up with the aces.
There we go. That's the one thing about free rolls. You tend to get action, right?
Yeah. That is correct. I think I made a 6 times the pot shove and got action.
Still got action.
Still got action.
So full double up. There you go.
There you go.
By the way, I know you've been saying it kind of as a joke. I do think it's going to be hysterical if you win the free roll while we're on this.
I might have to give it to charity or something.
Or just give it to me.
I only have 780 people to beat. There's no problem. What do you think my odds are? What do you think my odds are of winning? About 4 to 1? Something like that?
I would give you 6 to 1. Yeah. But only because you're an exceptional player.
I'm
Mario.
Exceptionally good at getting down aces.
Mario limping in from the small blind with 1.6 million. I'm surprised that he didn't just move all in with any 2 cards. With his stack size and Don sells.
That would be normal.
Don Sell, a big win there. heads-up situation against the chip leader, so close to the money, and somehow he was able to add 50% to his stack.
Still 86 players. It's getting stubborn at the bottom.
Well, keep in mind, registration is still open. The free roll we're talking about. Sophia is all in. That is Sophia Lovegren, the 888 Poker Ambassador, all in for just under 10 bigs. Does she get it through?
She'll definitely take it if she does, I think. Yeah. I think she'll be happy to get it through, I think.
Generally the case there. She adds 50,000 to her stack, up to 304,000. You are watching the XL Inferno Series. David Tuckman, Nick Wealthall. Nick Wealthall is also playing in the free roll that you can get in on right now. Let us know how you're doing in that free roll. Password for that is 888 Poker.
In the main event, we've got 4 players with 4 big blinds or less as we hang on by our fingernails to the money bubble. Still hasn't burst.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here. What is it? Chip Sis, Ellis Dude, Croat, Straight Rippin', all with 4 big blinds or less. Good stuff. What's up, Rodrigo Florio? Thanks for joining us on both the Facebook feed and the YouTube feed. Action folds around to Eye of Scatty. How many chips did you start with in the free roll, by the way?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
How many chips do you have now?
I have 5,000 betting discs, which is good for 25 big blinds.
Oh.
Workable.
That seems like a lot of chips.
Workable. Yeah, it's cool. And they were free. I keep emphasizing this. They were free.
Fox is all in. Tilted in the big blind, makes the call. Ace 8 versus Queens.
Oh,
Again,
man.
another cooler. Just an absolute cooler. Queens are going to hold here as we see running jacks on the turn and the river and another elimination there. I mean, it folds around to the blinds. You have Ace 8.
I know. Yeah, against 2 random cards. That's pretty gross running into Queens. Pretty gross. That's tournaments.
Tilted up to 1.15 million, and we are down to 85 players. If you're just stumbling upon this, welcome. This is the 888 Poker XL Inferno. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here.
That's a crazy shove. That's a crazy shove.
Yeah, with Tilted behind you.
Tilted behind you and Mario in the pot. Pretty bold. Ace King, something.
That's what it feels like to me. Like a hand that you're
20 big blinds, 22 big blinds, and
I don't want to. I don't want action. I'm not folding this hand.
Yeah.
So it just feels like Ace King.
Ace
and
King
and by the way,
Jacks or something.
It probably can't be wrong to shove Ace King.
It's not. No, definitely not. Yeah, crazy was the wrong adjective. It definitely wasn't. There's plenty of dead money in the middle. Bold, I think I was trying to say.
I forget, by the way, also the blinds move up so quickly since we're playing. It's online poker that the blinds are 12,500, 25K. He only had 20 big blinds, even though he had half million chips. Poker Dave, no relation to me. Going into his time bank in the small blinds. He is not going to play. Sophia, not going to play either. Tilted up to 1.2 million chips. We're down to 84. We're 3 away from the money. Can you feel it? Can you feel the tension? You can cut it with a knife.
Yeah, but we still work together somehow.
Look, I've got a knife. I have a knife here. We can cut
geez.
this. We can cut the tension with a knife.
The scary prospect of me realizing that we're actually joining you in your home.
Yes, we are.
It's much better when we're doing live events and we're in public and the security guards around and that kind of thing. Just a reminder that obviously, if you're watching this, you can check out the lobby and the standings at any time. And you'll see there's a lot of short stacks. After this bubble burst, we're going to have many eliminations. So there are currently nearly 20 players with less than 10 big blinds in this tournament.
Yeah, that is not a lot of chips.
No, it's 20 players. It's 25% of the field has less than 10 big blinds.
Do you know how long these tournaments usually last?
I do not. Do you?
No. It wasn't like a quiz question. I was genuinely asking. I didn't know.
Okay. I don't know.
I mean, unfortunately, I live in the States, so.
This is all like when you watch online poker now. Is it like some dream that you had once that
it's like
you
such a
can't really?
This is such a tease. I mean,
Yeah.
at least when we traveled to Madrid, which is where we were at in January. Which, by the way, if you miss Madrid, 888 Poker in Madrid was amazing. One of my favorite places I've ever been. I actually brought my wife there for the first time. It was great. Ace 10 versus Kings. Look, I'm sorry, Aces versus Kings.
Aces,
can she fade it? She can. Full double up for Sophia Lovegren.
And the 888 crowd goes wild. It would be very good of her to like make the final table of the first online event we streamed. That'd be very considerate. Much more considerate than the other ambassadors, might I add.
Yeah, no, they don't care about us at all.
Anyway, that's the way it feels.
888 Madrid was amazing. Live poker will come back, and when it does, if you've got to kind of circle one or two events to go to each year, Madrid was just epic. The food there, I've dreamed about it. It was so good.
You loved it. You loved.
Oh,
the food.
I love Madrid. I really, really enjoyed my time there.
Yeah, it's good time. It's a good town. I agree.
And we had over 1,000 runners for that event, for the main event. It was just phenomenal. Great turnout, great city. Definitely stable in the 888 poker world now. But anyway, so when I watch live poker, I can play that. So I'm like, okay. I mean, obviously, I'm a little bit jealous because I want to be playing at that moment, but I get it. But watching this is such a tease. The fact that you can play in the free roll, and all I can do is open my desk and see what I have inside here. I've got a golf.
Do you have a pack of playing cards or some chips or something you could deal yourself out a game?
I do. I have
simulate
cards.
The excitement.
Yeah, I think I even have 888 poker cards.
Of course you do. You're fully branded. Look at you with your corporate. I got nothing. I've got a pot plant and a picture of my wife's dead dog.
Okay, I'm going to ask everybody in the chat. I want people to. I want feedback from the chat, guys. Do you think that plant is real or not real?
How could it be not real?
Excuse me. Don't give it away.
It's a real thing. I can touch it.
Yeah, I don't. Is it a living, breathing plant, or is it one of those plastic fake plants?
What do you good question.
Think? That's the question I have for the audience. I mean, I know I know that green thing behind you exists. In reality, I don't think it's a dream.
Bear in mind, I live with a woman. So if this was in the past, when I was a bachelor and I was living on my own, it would have been an easy. Like, There's no way that anything would be alive with you for more than like a week.
Yeah, I would say that alive is a slight favorite. What do you guys think here? Is it
my wife did put it there. You should know that. Like, I wouldn't think of that in like I could do these streams for 4 years and I'd never think maybe I should decorate the background or something.
What do you guys think here? Sanchez, Jamie, Marcel, Nicholas. What do you guys think? Addison.
We're 2 players off the money, David. We're down to 83.
We are. Is that plant real or not?
I keep trying to explain to you it is a real thing.
Again,
how am I going to prove either way? I mean, what am I supposed to do?
I would believe you if you just told me it's alive.
Okay.
Andy thinks it's Andy Andre says real. Matt Sean says all in on the fake. Jamie Jean says fake plant. LOL. I mean, it's really green and it's in your house. It looks like it would be a fake plant.
I've lit it for TV. It's like a TV plant. I backlit it.
Jamie Jean says artificial. Okay, what is it? Reveal it for the audience here. What is that? Is that a fake plant?
Do you want to see if you hit like get in on the leaves? Do you want anyone want to change their vote?
Wow, that is a real plant.
Yeah.
That is a real live living plant. I'm
It
amazed.
really is. Whether it makes it through the evening, it's close to me.
I feel like that plant just had a hashtag Me Too moment though.
Well, it's as you know, physically demanding working with me. So
you just grabbed it and just harassed it like some sort of terrible thing. It's awful.
Yeah. Well, it's just a prop on my show. Our show. What a hilarious slip of the tongue.
Yeah. A little Freudian slip there. Jamie, Matt, Andy, thank you for chiming in and letting us know what you think about that plant.
I got an update from the free roll. The blinds are going up quite quickly.
That happens. It's a free roll.
Yeah. And I haven't won another pot. I've won one pot in the entire tournament with aces. That's my free roll report.
You might want to play more hands. I don't know. In a free roll where only
sounds risky.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking in a free roll where only 2 people win seats, you might want to take chances. Am I wrong?
Let me just write this down. Play some hands. Okay, got it.
I am not Darek O'Carney, so I don't have free rolls mastered yet. I don't know if I don't know if there's a solver for them or not, but I would imagine if only 2 people are going to win this thing, you might want to step up the aggression level.
By the way, we're talking because we're enjoying some world-class stalling for the money on our feature table.
Yes, Don sell. Does Don realize he doesn't really need to stall? Nobody at this table needs to stall, I don't think.
Well, he's under 10 big blinds, I suppose. Just trying to make sure. My word, this tournament slowing down this much has really created a bizarre situation. We now have 57th place downwards has less than 10 big blinds. That's 26 players out of 83 have less than 10 big blinds. So because it's slowed down so much, this has got really short stacked. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, but you imagine the likelihood is that we'll lose 20 players right away, and then the average stack will obviously be corrected.
Yeah.
By the way, True Teller is 18th right now. I wonder if that's the same True Teller.
Yeah, probably. Well, it probably is, isn't it? I haven't checked, but
we have no reason to think it's not.
No. There's an easy way to bear with me. Let me just.
So, okay, we just checked the free roll lobby, by the way, and apparently late reg is still going. We have gotten some conflicting information. At first, I was told that normally late reg for these free rolls is 1 hour, but we were told it was 30 minutes. But the event has been going on for 34 minutes, and registration is still open. So, if you are not registered for that free roll, get in there now. Password is 888-POKER. If you're just joining us, we are in hand-for-hand play. There's no point in stalling now, Doncel. 0. You get nothing for stalling.
No prizes for going slow.
Yeah, we're hand-for-hand. We are 1 off the money.
I'm starting to worry in the free roll. I might loosen up and play kings.
Whoa, slow. Let's not get crazy.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just feel like I might need to win some chips.
This is an interesting raise here from Paolo Michi. We are 1 off the money. Yeah, Sophia's going to just suss this one out. Like if Paolo Michi had a real hand, isn't he just moving all in with 350,000 chips? Is he really looking to get action? 1 off the money. I don't buy it. Sophia obviously doesn't buy it. She's all in. Paolo Michi in the tank.
Thinking, why did I make this small raise with ace 10? Because now
exactly.
Now my life sucks.
I mean, you started the hand with like 14 bigs. There's the all-in 7s. Oh my, we could be in the money right here. 9s hold.
Nice hand, Sophia.
Yeah, I have to imagine that Paolo Michi there just ended up leveling themselves into that call, thinking You know what? I look weaker because I raised. I should probably call this off now. But
Congratulations, you're in the money.
woohoo! We're in the money.
Congratulations, everybody, but mainly
Yes.
the players in this tournament.
What did I win?
You won the right to continue commentating on the rest of the tournament.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like this table is breaking. So we're gonna see our ugly mugs for a moment.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, until we get a new table up here. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here for XL Inferno. This is the opening event number 1, and we're in the money. 78
Exciting.
players now remain, and don't look now, but Sophia, courtesy of that elimination, she's now got about 800,000 chips, I believe.
Yeah,
942.
Yeah, she's 15th now, so she's in decent shape. She was short stacked very recently, right? Very recently. Still have Darrow Kearney in the field. He's in 16th. True Teller, who I've been trying to find out if it's the same True Teller. If it isn't, it's just you should all change your screen name to True Teller because apparently you just do really well in tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, True Teller plays like the highest stakes in the world, so I would imagine it's not him, but who knows? Maybe he treats $109 tournaments like satellites to play in his 10K ones.
Yeah. Maybe he's, maybe he likes money and wants to play in.
Why not? Right?
If wins a win. I suspect it isn't him, but
who knows?
Who knows?
We are following this on Poker News as well, by the way. Poker News is doing online reporting for this, so you can check that out at pokernews.com. We found the new table, by the way, table 34. Sophia is there. She'll be in the bottom left corner of your screen when we pop that one up. Once again, Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here. You can follow us on Twitter at Tuck on Sports, at Nick Wealthall.
That's it.
Blinds are now 15,000, 30,000.
How are you enjoying watching some online poker, Dave?
I honestly, I'm loving this. I genuinely, no, I'm not even kidding when I say this. I genuinely miss poker so much right now. Like I really do. Like normally when I'm in LA, I'm playing 2, 3, 4 days a week. And then normally this time of year, I am getting myself in shape to go to Barcelona for 888 Poker Live. And then of course to Vegas for the World Series of Poker. I mean, this is normally like the time of year where I would spend a lot of time with my family before I'm gone for weeks at end. So I am really missing it right now. So at least this is giving me a little bit of something.
A little taste until poker comes back.
You know, luckily for you, you can play.
Luckily for me. Yeah. The UK has a lot of online poker going on right now. We still miss live poker.
I mean, I mean, for me, I would say that, you know, having the option to play both is just so amazing. I don't think one necessarily hurts the other. You know, for me, I love both. I mean, I love the social aspects of going to a card room and playing poker with, you know, 8, 9 other people, playing a tournament, that feel, seeing people I know, touching the chips, touching the cards. I love that. When it comes to, you know, online poker, obviously being able to sit in my pajamas on the couch while I watch a movie and play poker, that's wonderful as well.
So Sophia under the gun, she's got 30 big blinds. In great shape. Not going to get involved here though. And we're expecting quite a few busts out over the next few minutes because there are a lot of short stacks waiting for that money bubble to go. In fact, we're already down to 70 players. The money bubble was at 81. So it's 11 players in about 4 minutes. little bit of carnage out there.
Yeah, certainly not surprising. Figure each minute of online poker probably equates to about 6 or 7 minutes in live poker. It's like dog years.
It's true.
Of course, we started this journey with 636 players. We are down to 69. First place, $16,500. That is quite a haul, considering the buy-in for this event was just $109.
Yeah, amazing return.
I'm kind of excited to be able to watch players. I mean, I've always enjoyed day two action when we cover live events. And I imagine this is kind of the equivalent of that. Like we just burst the money bubble. 67 players left. See how they position themselves to make a deep run.
So he was all in for very little chips, just over 3 big blinds.
Yeah, no fold equity here whatsoever. Alusia definitely going to call, I assume. Yeah, there's the call. Oh, with aces. Flopping a queen, but all he got out of that was a little bit of hope before hitting the exits in around 66th place. He'll take home $281 for his efforts. Pay jump in just a couple of spots to 298. Keep in mind the buy-in on this was just $109. So that's pretty good for where we're at right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a big money bubble. Like 2.5 times the buy-in is a big money bubble. Just a reminder that this is the XL series. It's going to be going on for the next over a week, building to the main event a week from Sunday, which we'll bring you. But lots of events for you to get involved in. Satellites running around the clock on 888. And lots of this kind of thing. Big multiples for a affordable buy-in. Big guarantees. Great.
Yeah, pretty exciting. When I spoke to the people over at 888 Poker a few days ago about the prospects of streaming online poker and the fact they wanted to stream the XL Inferno, I was really excited about that. I just think that, seeing what 888 Poker has done with streaming live events over the last few years and being able to bring that to the online streaming world, I just think it just adds another level to it. Shout out to our tech team for being able to throw this together on very short notice. King Queen versus King 8. And the Queen does play. And an elimination there, Absinthavia, whatever you want to call them, up to 537,000 chips. Sophia on the bottom left corner of your screen has the 888, kind of a husky wearing glasses. She is on 858,000 chips right now. Chip leader is our good friend from before, Audie Posty, who is under just under 1.9 million right now. How you holding up there? If it's like 1 in the morning right now for you?
It's coming out 1 in the morning. Actually, what's happened is my house is getting cold. I need a jumper. Yeah. But other than that, I'm good, thank you. You're far away. It's very strange. It's hard to work with you, but not be able to touch you.
If things got a little bit weird for you at home, you're not alone. Queens, good.
Normally, I can just. You're not there.
Right. Well, normally I could cuddle you if you start getting cold.
Exactly.
Mario had 1.6 million, loses about 500,000 there, so he loses 1/3 of his stack with an ace to keys queens. Blinds are now 17.5, 35K. Boss man raising it minimum. Morakov is going to move all in for 535,000. There's the call. Ace King versus nines. There's a set of nines and a full double up. Boss man. Certainly the boss in this hand. He eliminates a player. We are now down under 60 players left. Ronan Donnery says, will there be an 888 ambassador in every XL tourney? I would imagine so. I mean, I can't confirm. I would imagine that the 888 poker ambassadors, I mean, I know Chris Moorman is in the States, so he's the only one who can't play.
Yeah.
But I think the rest of them are all playing this. Sophie is the only one who run here.
The main event, you'd imagine they'll all be playing, apart from Chris.
Yeah, for sure. Ronan says, what was your best finish in a tournament, Nick?
What do you mean?
What's your best finish in a tournament? First.
There
you go.
Just like Roger Stepper.
Mine too. My best finish ever was first.
Cool.
Maybe what's your best cash in a tournament, though? How's that?
Not very big. Like just under $20,000 is my biggest tournament. I've played not that many tournaments in my life, actually.
Yeah, my biggest cash ever in a tournament was 51K.
Main event?
No, 51. Actually, I've cashed the main event twice, the World Series of Poker main event twice, but both of them were for cashes in the 20s. The 51K was a $300 rebuy tournament here in Los Angeles.
That's a big live tournament.
Yeah, it was $300 with multiple rebuys. So, I mean, my guess is it played more like a $900 tournament.
I see.
So I came in fourth in that for 51K. Sylvia, thanks for joining us, Sylvia. Says, really hope there will be more broadcasts like this in the future and added stimuli. Sylvia, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for being here. This is a fun table to watch because we've got some equal stacks. So interesting to see how the players maneuver 25, 30 big blind stacks.
Yeah, and now, see, this is where I think people make the mistake a little bit. It makes a ton of sense to be really tight with 95 players left because the bubble was a huge bubble, 2.5 times your buy-in. But now the pay jumps are actually quite small. You know, the pay jump goes from 263 to 280 to 298 to 324 to 351. So to survive 9 spots is just not that significant. But by giving yourself a chance to accumulate chips here, you put yourself in a good position to make a very deep run. You know, and of course, you know, if you can make the final table, you're insured 4 figures, 8,800 for third place, 12,000 for second, and just under 17K for first.
Well, what you say is correct, and it's always interesting to note that this is where the stronger players, more experienced players, have a bigger edge than they do in the rest of the tournament. Kind of when we're playing the money, when the blinds are big, the stacks are a little bit shorter, and the reason for that is that their better decisions are more leveraged. They're worth more, if you like. Whereas the mistakes that a weaker player would make, they cost them more. So I think one of the things, if you want to improve your tournament game, you should think about is really how to improve your play later in the tournament. It's very natural to fixate on the first half of the tournament because you're going to play the first half of the tournament every time you enter a tournament, if that makes sense. But actually, you should think much more about how to play 25 big blinds, 30 big blinds, how to play in this kind of situation that you have on screen, because that's where you can really make the difference, I think. And a lot of people don't play that well when they're in this situation, as David mentions.
Mammoth. I'm just going to call him Mammoth because it's easier for me.
I think that's what he's going for. It's like a posh elephant, a mammoth.
Or a Mammoth Mountain, which is a great ski and snowboarding resort. Just a 4-hour drive from Los Angeles.
Oh, interesting.
Once again, thanks for joining us. 54 players remain out of a starting field of 636. This is the opening event of the XL Inferno. It was a 75,000 guarantee. Prize pool nearly 90K.
Yeah, we went from 81 players to 54 players in about 6 minutes.
Yeah, it went quick.
It did.
Not surprisingly, the average stack significantly higher than it was just moments ago. Average right now is 812,000, or call it what, 23 bigs?
Yeah.
Nick and I are scheduled to stream and commentate on 4 events, culminating in the finale, the main event, which is a $250 buy-in. But we'll be having, we're going to have free rolls. We'll have giveaways, all sorts of good stuff. Today, we just have a free roll, but I have been informed that going forward, we will have some other giveaways, some cool swag. See what else we can get from 888 Poker to give away.
If not, we can just start giving away stuff that's in our house. Because like we're in our houses, so it's not like when we're doing it live. I can give away this plant.
Oh my, if you give away the plant, we might get 10,000 viewers just for going for the plant.
Do you think?
Possibly. What can I give away? Let's see. I have some Scotch tape.
Okay. Disappointing.
I think I have the back brake of a rollerblade. Yeah.
Safety. Good.
Yeah. If the brake of your rollerblade is not working, I have an extra one apparently.
Right. Well, if it's not working, or if you've just neglected it and it's diminished performance.
Ooh, I have a Leatherman.
A what?
A Leatherman. It's like it's like a Swiss Army knife, but better.
Okay. Got an interesting pot here. 500,000 in the middle as Dion Vlar bets the river.
We'll play more of what's in David's desk later on.
Well, we'll see. Aluja, getting a nice price on this call. Very, very seductive, tickly bet. Basically saying I have a king, isn't it? I mean, or something. I have a something.
How thin can you? I mean, with that sizing though, you imagine maybe he adds some 2-pair into his value betting range, some bigger 2-pair.
Well, I mean, we were playing what's in David's draw, but I think Aluja had been quite passive throughout the hand, so not probably has. Yeah, so potentially that could also be 2-pair in that situation.
Apparently, players are going to be going on a break in just about a minute. I feel like I should go find some more stuff to put in my drawer to make it more interesting.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Or we could just, nix the whole draw thing. Update from the free roll. I'm not in the free roll.
You're out already?
What do you mean already? I finished 432nd out of 1,578.
That's a solid effort. Did you cash?
Solid. I did not cash.
Oh.
I did put my chips in with the best hand. So I'm going to, in the break, I'm going to go to my breakfast bar, which is just over there, and tell a stranger my bad beat story.
Hey, so you won Sklansky bucks then today?
I won my Slansky bucks.
That's important.
Yeah.
That's important.
Yeah.
Shan Savanet is all in here for 539,000 after a bet here from KBR. KBR not going to continue, and it looks like the players are going on a break. Sylvia, thanks for being here. Hippie 420, what's up? Tanea, Ronan, thanks for joining us, guys. Steven Shetland asking if this is a free roll tournament. No, this one costs $109. This is the opening event of the XL Inferno. We are going to be back in what looks like probably about 4 short minutes. Look at Nick Wealthall. He's already stepping out. He's going out. I'll be back very shortly, guys. Once again, thanks so much for joining us here. XL Inferno. We are here. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman, and of course, your favorite 888 Poker. To the XL Inferno 888 Poker. We are in the money. 52 players remain. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here to call the action. Thank you for joining us. As you can see in the bottom left corner of your screen, Sophia Lovegren at the table with 826,000 chips. Blinds are now 20,000, 40,000. That'll be for another 10 minutes, and then they'll pop up to 25,000, 50,000. Nick, how are you?
I'm amazing.
Good to hear.
Thriving. No, I'm good because I've got a hoodie now.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. I mean, it's 1 a.m. for you. So yeah,
It's
a little cold. I mean, right now it's only 5 o'clock here. The sun is still shining where I am.
I can't have it's still quite cold at night here, even though it's nice during the day. I can't have the heating on because my wife's asleep in bed.
So you can't have the heat when she's sleeping?
Yeah, of course not.
Why? What's wrong with having heat on?
Won't she? She'll wake up.
Your heat is that loud? So what do you do during the winter though? Do you not sleep with heat on?
Well, you have a minimum. This is a too detailed conversation for this broadcast.
I just don't understand. I mean, December when it's like 7 degrees where you're at, don't you have heat on?
Yeah. Well, maybe. Yeah. I don't really know what I'm being asked to justify right now.
I mean, we don't have the heat on here because it's the middle of May and it's LA, so it's currently 75.
Is it like, oh, nice.
No, it's perfect. It's 75, which is, I imagine, what does that equate to? Like 25, 24?
Bit less, maybe 22.
It's just perfect.
Nice.
Like perfect weather here right now.
You can sit out, but you could still play sport, whatever.
Oh, yeah, no, it's probably, I mean, we had a high today of like, I want to say a high of like 25 and a low of 21. Just
lovely.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Blinds 20,000, 40,000. We are very much in the money. The remaining 51 players all guaranteed $325. First place, 16,500. Originally, I don't think the plan was to finish this tournament. We were just going to stream for about 4.5 hours today.
Yeah.
At this pace, though, it could happen.
It's going to slow down a lot now, right? We just had that big consolidation. 21 and a half big blinds average stack, so actually still reasonably short. We'll see.
Sophia in the big blind here. See how she decides to play this hand when it gets to her.
How much are you going to miss the series not being on, David? Have you made your peace with it, or is it going to still hurt?
I'm trying to. Sophia defends the big blind here. 9-6 deuce, 2 hearts out there. Pot is 225,000. Continuation bet here from Shan Subnet, and Sophia quickly folds. Of course, Nick is referencing the World Series of Poker, which normally would start right after our Barcelona event, which has also been canceled. I think, it is what it is. And, try to focus on stuff you can control rather than things we can't control. I feel like if you can try to look at it from a different perspective, there's a silver lining in everything. And, I have 2 young boys and I'm thinking about, okay, well, this will be the first summer because they're 2 and 6 years old. This will be the first summer I'm completely home with them.
That's cool.
We might take we might jump in a car and drive to a national park and kind of go camping for a few days here or there, go fishing, and just try to spend some time with the family that I don't normally get to spend time with during the summer. So I guess like in a weird way, like there's a silver lining to everything.
Definitely.
In fact,
a
good friend of mine, Danielle Moon, she's currently in Duck Creek, Utah, with her family doing like camping and hiking, and we might vacation with them. Like we might do like just kind of the 6 of us go. and rent like cabins side by side and go fishing and light fires at night. And as I said, I mean, by the time the summer rolls around, I should be an expert guitar player. I'll be able to play
Beautiful.
guitar outside while we light a fire, right?
Really enhance everybody's evening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're probably jealous that you can't come.
No, I hate like music around campfires and stuff, and like having a perfectly good evening and then someone has to start music. It's like,
especially somebody who's
I
not
don't
very
need
good at
it.
it.
It's
Right.
the worst thing in the world. The two words guaranteed to stop me going in somewhere are live entertainment. I'm like, no, don't want it.
You're such an old miser. My gosh.
I don't want live entertainment. If I wanted live entertainment, I'd buy a ticket for some live entertainment. I want to talk to the people I'm with and then quietly.
Right. Because yeah, you feel like you have to. You feel like you have to be quiet and kind of sit there and listen to this terrible guy play guitar.
It's not for me.
Oh,
I appreciate other people enjoy it.
What if I gave you s'mores? Would it be better if I gave you s'mores?
Yeah, that would be better.
You do know what a s'more is, right?
Yeah, it's the kind of marshmallow that you cook on the fire, isn't it?
Yeah, graham cracker, marshmallow, chocolate. Yeah, no, it is marshmallow.
Right.
Graham cracker and chocolate, and you put the marshmallow over fire, and then.
Well, I only know that from TV. I only know that from TV and the movies. We don't have them here.
Oh, you poor child.
Yeah.
That's so awful. I can't imagine living a life where you don't
have s'mores.
S'mores.
Small s'mores, please.
I mean, we literally light a fire in our backyard probably at least once or twice a week, and I would say we have s'mores at least 2 or 3 times a month.
Really?
Oh, it's a way of life.
Nice.
Blind on blind here. Mario with 891,000. He had 1.6 million at one point. So he's given away about half of that stack. Dion Villar, 12 on 1.2 million. They'll see a flop, 9 high flop.
Yeah, you're right. Mario was either chip leader or close to chip leader at one point, but this is the challenge of tournaments. You have to constantly recalibrate your emotions and try and focus on the hand in play.
It's so hard.
It's hard.
Really hard.
That's the discipline.
Yeah, I think from I feel like poker. We'll focus on poker tournaments, but I feel like poker tournaments, there's kind of two sides. Like you've got the technical aspects where you've got to learn the math and just know what's the right play in certain moments. And then you've got the whole other side where you have the mental aspect of it, and trying to master just being able to like never get too high, never get too low, making decisions at the moment, keep your emotions out of that, which is also equally as hard, if not even harder.
Yeah, it's a challenge. Tournaments are definitely a challenge, but you got to remember that your emotional state is just your internal monologue. It doesn't have an external expression unless you give it one. So you can feel whatever you like internally, but as soon as it starts affecting your decision making, that's when you're in trouble. So, the cards and the chips don't know, obviously. And so your job is to provide a buffer between how you feel about things and how you actually act.
All in the call. Ace Queen versus Ace King. Huge pot. The river is a 9 of spades. The Ace King holds. This is a 2 million chip pot. And just like that, KBR is now second in chips with 2 million. Dion Villar, 12. That's a pretty risky shove there with Ace Queen. Opening raise was from under the gun spot. Easy to judge after the fact. What do you think of that play, Ace Queen? Why not just call?
So how deep? Like a million. He's only got, yeah.
He just threw a tomato at him. Did you see that?
That
was awesome.
That seems harsh.
He just threw a tomato at him. I love it.
Sometimes you will lose a pot. You don't have to go all soft fruit on their ass.
That's awesome. I love that, guys. Check that out. What a great feature.
If we ever get live poker back, I think we should bring that into the live poker arena.
It was a 2 million chip pot, so it was about 25 big blinds.
Yeah. So,
but it's an under the gun open.
Well, you always say that because I'm pretty sure it's because it's the title of your show and you like to.
Yes. That's the only reason I bring up the
They like to get it in. But it depends if you think, I mean, if you think that keeper's only opening really strong hands, then fine. But as it is, it can't be the worst play in the world, right? Because, you know, you got ace queen and you got 24 big blinds or something.
Yeah, I
Or
understand.
what are you doing? Flat calling and check folding if you don't make a bet, and folding to a bet
Well,
if you don't make a
not
bet.
always. I mean, you might check call one street. I mean, I think it's like
That's
anything.
fine.
You play poker.
Sophia's all in and wins.
Occasionally, you're turning your hand into a bluff. Occasionally, you're going to have the best hand. Occasionally, you will fold the best hand. I just feel like, yeah, okay. By shoving ace queen, 24 big blinds, you're obviously making money there. I'm just wondering, you're gonna get so many folds, right? We know that. But my issue is when you get called, you're just not gonna like it. Like you're gonna be up against like tens plus and like ace king a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just I mean, I just feel like under the gun shove, you have to imagine that his opening range there is going to be tighter than a button or a cutoff open, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. What do I know? I don't know. You guys, payouts there, of course. Everybody at the final table will take
Whoa,
home
look
four
at this.
figures.
David, look at
Whoa!
this.
Look at that. Good catch.
This is
2.3
crazy.
million. Aces are going to take it all. All.
What an amazing
All.
spot. What an amazing spot.
Aces versus ace king versus queens. And Illusia just eliminated 2 players. We're down to 44. And Illusia now at 2.8 million. Wow.
I mean, that's when poker's easy. It just doesn't happen like that very often.
Right. All in, all in. Oh, wow. What do I have here? Ace, ace. Okay, sure. Let's play. So Illusia now up to 2.8 million chips. Actually is not our chip leader throughout, though. That is Dr. Poker. The doctor is in. He's got 3.1 million.
It must help to have a doctorate in poker it must help.
No doubt. No doubt at all. So we're down to 44. Let's look at some players still in the field.
39 we're down to now.
I can't even keep track. It drops down so quick.
Yeah.
Is Doak still in?
I don't see him in the top. Yes, 27th.
27th, and Sophia obviously still in as well at our table.
We can look at what we're playing for, actually, David. I think we've got a graphic.
Please.
Just to show you the prize money. If you want to check in real time, you can go to the tournament lobby, but here are the prize money payouts. $16,000, $16,500 up top. Final table appearance will get you about 1,300. So the traditional massive gap between final table and overall winner, but a big return for $109 buy-in.
No doubt whatsoever. Illusia all in here. Obviously not risking his whole stack, just risking the 400,000 that is in front of Absintha.
Yeah, it's very short.
Going into the time bank here. Blinds are 25,000, 50,000. So he started this hand with 9 bigs. I imagine you got to be calling pretty light here, right?
I mean, yeah, pretty light. I mean, it depends what you mean, but
I mean, you're calling like queen 9 suited.
Yeah, I think so, right? Because Illusia's probably shoving everything.
Illusia's probably over shoving here. Oh, it's king 3 versus 10-6, and you see, oh wow, how about flopping a flush? He flops the flush. Game over. I think that's a good call with a king, though. I really do.
Well, if your opponent's shoving 10-6.
Yeah. It looks like this.
Not wanting to play results, but if you're shoving 10-6, you're shoving a big percentage. But Illusions just prove that sometimes poker is the easiest game in the world. Most of the time, it's like one of the hardest, most complex, nuanced game in the world. Those two hands, Illusion's just like printing chips. Doesn't have to think about anything.
Looks like our table has broken. We're down to just 4 tables in this tournament, and this is the XL Inferno #1. This is the opening event, 75,000 guaranteed. Prize pool just about 90,000. We're down to our final 36. We'll get a new table up for you momentarily. We're not going to go anywhere, so don't have another break for 40 minutes. So stick with us here. And looks like we are going to head over to table number 52.
Nice.
And we are going to continue to follow. Looks like we've got some chips here.
Several players that we've seen before on the broadcast.
Yeah, that's so we're going to try to find her table. Unless I clicked on it wrong.
Aces versus sevens, and the 7 gets lucky. What a result.
Yeah, that's a 2.5 million chip pot. Wow. And look at Pescar down to 75,000.
That's, I mean, my sympathies for Pescar's situation. That's horrible.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to figure you're a 4-1 favorite to win that hand, and if you win that hand,
I know
you're probably in a pretty good spot to make a really deep run in this. We're gonna switch from this table over to table 33 momentarily, as we're gonna follow Sophia over there. And now with just 4 tables left, maybe we'll just hop from table to table to table and see what's going on over at all of them.
Check raise on this flop from ALG SXR. Quite an interesting check raise on a very connected board, very wet board. Now thinking about what to do.
I know. Now what do I do?
Love that. The old check raise. Oh, they called crap.
Wait, what was your plan? He decides to bet 298,000. Shan does not fold, and
yeah, that was
certainly
a very
not a
quick
blank.
Call. That was a very quick call from Shannon's vet, which suggests a medium strength hand, and I wonder if this is like a big scare card on the river.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that river card, does that favor the check raiser or does it favor the caller?
Probably the check raiser. I mean, just Shan's event. I can't do that name. Shansovnet. Shansovnet. Called so quickly on the turn, I was surprised. And this is hard to know whether this is a small value bet or just a kind of a blocking bet. Hard to know.
Well, I mean, with this sizing, he is certainly allowing himself to value bet a lot thinner. There's the all-in from Shansovnet. Shan saying, okay, let's see what you got, buddy. This pot is 2.8 million.
This is a fascinating spot. ALG's hand is very confusing. Check raise the flop and then small bet turn, small bet river. Does just not have very much.
And he's going to let it go.
Yeah, it just didn't have very much.
Yeah, I mean, to check raise and then continue on, you would have expected a larger sizing on the turn or just a give up.
Well, there's 2 possibilities there. Either Shazovnet had a big hand, and so that's why they were able to call really quickly and, just had a monster. Or alternatively, just smelt weakness on that river. Very possible, because that was a very small river bet relative to the pot.
Get a question here. Is it a $75,000 guarantee or a buy-in? It is not a 75K buy-in. This is a 75K guarantee, which we shattered. Prize pool of nearly 90,000. 8s hold. versus the 6s. And we lose another player. Paul and Who is now up to over 2 million chips. What's up, Craig Bromage? Thanks for joining us. Stephen Shetland in there as well. First place, 16,500. Nick Walthall, David Tuckman here for 888 Poker. This is the XL Inferno. We have 4 events we'll be streaming, commentating on, but obviously there are more than that going on over at 888 Poker. Satellites running around the clock. Free rolls, all sorts of good stuff. I find it interesting, by the way, the approach you and I have taken with hair during quarantine. I have clearly cut my hair myself, while you have decided you are on a haircut boycott.
I'm trying to grow mine out. I want to plait it. So I've got about 3 more weeks and then I can really start to get some good action going on.
We get an all-in a call here. Ace-10 versus Queens.
I like the Queens.
Yeah, Queens are good. So after the 8s, what a turnaround here. By the way, this is how quick it happens. Paul and Who was pretty much all in with 8s versus 6s. The 8s hold.
Yes.
Then he picks up Queens versus Ace-10.
Yes.
And with those 2 hands, Paul and Who is currently 4th in chips. That's how quick it happens.
Yeah, amazing. 33 players left. 1.3 million is the average stack. So it's still pretty, not super short, but shortish. So 20. What are we? Oh, we're about to go up blinds, but at the moment it's 26 big blind average stack.
All right, we'll go down to about 22 in a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like, from my days of online poker, when you compare it to live poker, feels like a lot of tournaments you're playing between that 25 to 35 big blind stack in the later stages. You know, it'll get up to it'll get down to 25, then it'll tighten up. It'll get up to 35, 37. Then you'll lose some players. It'll go back and forth. And but online poker, it seems like it's more like, say, 19 to 26-ish.
Right. Yeah, there's no doubt you're going to spend a decent amount of time in those areas. So you need to get good at them if you want to do really well. Got to know when you can reshove. That's very important. You got to know when you can open shove, when you get down below 20 big blinds and so on.
125,000 chip bet from Dr. Poker. Shan is going to make the call. Dr. Poker was over 3 million a little while ago. This pot is already 600,000 chips. Sophia Lovegren just standing with giants. Look at her at the table, 810,000. To her left, she has 2.7 million. To her right, possibly 3 million. We'll see how this one plays out. Sure enough, Dr. Poker back up to 3.1 million.
Yeah, Sophia's not critical, but getting shorter than she'd like. 12 bigs.
Yeah,
behind.
and she has so much experience. I mean, she's basically played, since we've commentated on this, started 2.5 hours ago. She's basically been between, say, 10 big blinds and 20 big blinds the entire time.
She doesn't contest this one, lets it go. So down to about just under 12 big blinds. $33 players left in this opening event in the XL Blizzard. They've locked up some money. I'm just checking. They've locked up $395, but they're playing for $16,500. So it'll be a very significant next couple of hours for these players.
I want to thank you all for joining us, taking a look at the YouTube chat. I see you guys there. Tots and Taters. Shan Davies. Little Texan. What's up, my man? Thank you so much for joining us here. This is the first of what we certainly hope will be many online poker streams from 888 Poker. Kind of fun here. We're getting some post-flop poker. We got a lot of chips at this table. We do have a new chip leader throughout, though. Knaber 666 up to 3.35 million.
$1.3 in the middle here, and a big river bet, but a quick fold. So Shanzovnet not having to show any cards, but still accumulating chips up to 3.3 million.
Blinds at 30,000, 60,000. Blinds do get increased every 12 minutes. So right now I'm actually keeping an eye on the YouTube chat and the Facebook chat. We'll see if we can consolidate those chats at some point going forward.
How many screens do you have in operation now, David? Is it like
I have 4.
like a lair?
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, I normally have 2 or 3, but I've got 2 iPads open, a computer monitor open, and then another TV screen that's serving as a computer monitor.
Thinly veiled brag that you own 2 iPads.
Well, I stole one.
Who are you, Richie McRich? I don't even know you anymore.
One of them is my wife's, so I just stole her. She was like, "I'm using that. Yeah, I know. I need it. Okay, bye."
so loving.
Yeah. Quarantining has been fantastic. It's amazing that I'm still alive. I honestly think I think
my heart goes out to her. My heart does go out to her. It's
I'm
a long
even money
stretch.
to survive this. Yeah.
Do you think it's defensible? Like initially in the trial, it looked like she was in terrible trouble, and then she'd play some tape.
Oh.
Like Your Honor, just listen to 4 hours of him commentating. I had 1,000 hours in lockdown. It never stopped. He sleeps for an hour and a half a night. Not guilty.
You wonder if that would be a reasonable defense here.
Yeah.
Small pot, pair of 6s, good for Paul and who? Zorzan took a shot at it. Sophia now down to just about 11.5 big blinds.
Yeah, we need a double up. Team Sophia needs a double up.
Yeah, in fairness, people on YouTube are saying, "Wow, 4 screens. They're not expensive these days." Like I mean, I have a computer monitor, but then I've got I have a secondary screen, which I don't know, it might have cost me like $129.
Paul and who makes a small bet on this turn. Altis Posti, I feel like, has had about 1.1, 1.2 million for the entire stream. Like it was a monster stack when we came on air, and now it's like a below average stack.
Yeah, he's not afraid to put his chips in play. I think that's apparent. Pair of 3s here are good.
The nuts.
Unless Paul and who was going to give a slow roll. I was waiting for it. Yeah, the nuts there with a pair of 3s. He's up to 1.6 million. A lot of chips at this table, though, as you can see. Dr. Poker on 3 million. Shansovnet on 3.3 million. Ilson is right now our chip leader with 3.7 million. As we are down to 27, just 3 tables in play. Doak, by the way, still in there as well. He's on 1.7 million.
Yeah, I just lost a big pot actually with Ace King into aces. I'm just looking at that table. Nonida, who we were watching earlier, had the aces, and Doak is still alive, but down to 11 big blinds now.
Yeah. When you've got aces, you don't need a help.
Nice. That's the kind of thing we need.
Nick Wealthall, David Zuckman
Screen name
here.
wordplay. That's what we need.
We're 5,000 miles away, bringing the action to you. 888 Poker. Real money up for grabs. One of these remaining 27 players will earn themselves $16,500 today.
Interesting variety of chip stacks on our table that we're watching. 3 players around about the 10 big blind level, and the 2 massive stacks on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, it creates an interesting dynamic, right? Because if you're the big stack, you can't just be raising with, you can't just be raising and opening with anything because the players behind you have that good shoving stack, right?
Mm. Yeah, absolutely.
Modeposti effectively moving all in here for 840,000, has both the blinds covered. LGR with 634,000. He's going to let it go. Mario, who's also been on a bit of a roller coaster ride, had nearly 2 million chips earlier on, finds himself with under 600,000. And apparently a decision to make.
Yeah, these are tough decisions. I mean, Ossi's Posti definitely is opening pretty wide there, based on what we saw earlier from their play. Potentially very wide. But Marion might not know that and might have had a pretty marginal hand. So it's tough.
By the way, Sophia, she's only played, from what we've seen, like, 5 hands?
Most
it's pretty amazing.
Most hands are not playable, David Tuckman.
Yeah.
I know it's fun to play hands, but it's generally frowned upon.
I just don't have that kind of discipline.
Sure.
Get a raise here from Paul and who. Algae SXR is all in for about 10 bigs, 10 and a half bigs.
Yeah.
So actually folds back over to Paul and who.
Paul and who, pretty certain to call here. It's, as you can see on screen, it's going to cost 500,000. There's 900,000
There's the call.
in the pot.
Ace Queen versus Ace Jacks.
Even more certain.
Yeah.
And has the hearts covered.
Had the hearts covered. ALG needed a jack, but it could not be the jack of hearts or 5 to chop it up. And Paul and who up to 2.8 million, and we are now down to 26 players. Yeah, this is our first live online stream for 888 Poker. I promise you guys, I know the guys who are behind this, the tech team behind this. This is only going to get better. I can say that with 100% certainty. As Nick and I become more familiar with what we can do and what we can't do, as our tech team and the powers that be over at 888 figure out what we can do and what we can't do, this is just going to get better and better. So stick with us.
I was just thinking about how familiar I already am with all the things I can't do. So comprehensive list, I'm very aware of it.
Right. Yeah, if you are unaware of your deficiencies, we can send you a list.
I'm good.
Yeah, on 11 big blinds, not going to play that hand either. And you got to kind of give her credit. She is showing absolute discipline and patience, which is...
She's just a very solid player. And like when you get to 14, 13, 12 big blinds, you obviously don't have many options, and most spots are just going to be folds. That's the, it sucks to be short stacked. What can you do?
Shan Davies says, I have just subscribed. Hope to see more of you guys in the upcoming days. Of course, you can hit that sub button over on YouTube, and you can hit that like button, and you can follow us on Facebook. We're on both right now.
Yeah, and then you get told when we go live, which is key, because sometimes we don't know. Just be like,
are we live
Jesus, now? I'm live. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see if we can play.
Sunday's the next one, right? Sunday.
Sounds right.
Yeah, I think so.
That sounds right.
$35,000, 70,000. So Sophia obviously not in the position she wants to be in, but we've seen how quickly it can change. A couple of double ups, and you could be right up there.
Blinds down 35,000, 70,000. Our chip leader, Knaber, 666 on 4.5 million. 23 players remain. The remaining 23 players, all guaranteed just under $500. Keep in mind, this was a $109 event, so to 5 extra money at this point, pretty good. Little Texan says, Tuckman, have you ever tapped into the powder in Vegas? What does he mean by that?
Nothing good.
Nothing good. Okay.
I mean, that's just my guess. He can explain himself, I guess.
$445,000 in there. Dr. Poker is going to bet 90,000. Back over to Zorzon. Plan today is to stream for about 4 hours, maybe a little bit more. We started about 2.5 hours ago. Clubs not going to come for Zorzon, and he is gone. Top pair versus the flush draw. And unfortunately for Zorzon, the club does not come. He is out in 23rd place. We're down to 22.
Got the schedule, David, just so that we both know, so we've got no excuses. Okay.
Please let us know. What is the schedule?
We're going to be back on the air on the 17th, which is going to be Sunday, right? Where we're going to bring you the 150K guaranteed tune-up, double the size of this tournament.
Wait, double.
And then we've got a chance to see some pros in action on the 19th next week. We're going to bring you event 17, which is a 100,000 high roller. And then our fourth and largest morsel for you is the 500,000 guaranteed main event. So that will be a lot of fun on next Sunday on the 24th.
So this is just a taster.
This is a taster.
This isn't even an appetizer. This is when you go to like a really nice restaurant and they give you like a freebie in the beginning that's on a spoon.
Yeah.
Autoposty and Dr. Poker are just hurling tomatoes and eggs at each other. It's fantastic. I love it.
They should amend it so that the avatars get beaten up. So like the deer's got like a closed eye, like big purple closed eye. Let's make it nastier. No?
Sophia's all in.
She wagers all her betting discs. Good luck, Sophia.
7 big blinds is all she has. She has enough to have fold equity.
Oh, this is bad. You don't want the very next person to overshove.
Not usually.
When do you want this to happen?
When you have aces.
You never have aces when you have 7 big blinds. It's impossible. It's literally impossible. I'm pulling for her. I hope she gets lucky.
You think she's absolutely behind here?
most of the time she's behind. No, look,
Oh,
flip.
there's a jack.
Boom. No.
Oh, no. Drawing dead on the turn.
Impartial commentary here at 888. All the players are equal.
It's the funny thing is that you and I are almost always objective when we're doing live, but here watching online, we just get caught up in it. Like, oh.
That was crushing.
Well, it's one thing to, when she rips it all in with Jack 9 offsuit and gets the next player goes all in, she's just like, oh, please give me live cards. Please give me one live card. How's that? Just give me one live card. That's all I'm asking for. And she's got 50-50 coin flip. She hits the jack. She's like, I can't believe it. Awesome. All good things now. And then, of course, the 6 on the turn seals her fate. And just like that, GG, Sophia Lovegren. She finishes in 22nd place, earns herself just about $500, and we are down to 21.
Well, I'm devastated. I thought she was going to make the final table. I really did.
It looked like it.
It looked like it.
And to your point from what you said earlier, we have just seen almost uncanny how badly the 888 ambassadors have performed in their own tournaments. It's just weird because they're all really good players.
Have you said that enough for them to get mad at you yet? Because
I hope they're getting mad at me means that they start playing better, because I want to start seeing results.
Like Michael Jordan.
There you go.
Who apparently had to get mad at someone to play better, which I find quite weird. Everyone's just like, you're watching the Michael Jordan thing, obviously, right?
I haven't seen it yet. I know.
Excuse me?
I know. I wait till things are done so I can just watch them all.
It's the only thing on television. Like, it's the only sports thing on all television. It's the Michael Jordan documentary.
It's not the only thing on television. I mean, there's Netflix and Hulu and.
It's on Netflix.
Well, I'm sure I'll get to it at some point.
Oh my God, David Tuckman! You're supposed
right
to be
now,
like
I'm in
sportscaster / guru.
I'm in season 3 of Curb Your Enthusiasm. Leave me alone.
Only the freshest content over at your house.
I'm enjoying that brand new, exciting new humor out of Larry David. Okay.
Yeah. There's no laugh track. It's weird, isn't it? It's a new innovation.
Well, yeah. I mean, I have to how do I know when to laugh if they don't show me?
Good point.
No, I will get to. I've heard a lot about the Michael Jordan Last Dance.
I mean, I can't even discuss it with you. You haven't watched it.
Why not? I watched him play. I understand what's going to happen. He was a really competitive guy. Okay, I know. He won a lot. He was really good at basketball. What is this show going to tell me that I don't know already?
Wow. Well, did you know that he once stopped playing basketball and played baseball for a bit? It's true.
No.
It's in the show.
Get out of here.
Yeah,
that can't be true.
Yeah, that happened, man. That happened. That'd be like, I don't know what it'd be like. It's impossible. Like if a horse stopped being a horse and was just a cow for a bit. It's crazy.
I think that's a perfect analogy. Michael Jordan goes from basketball to baseball. It is basically a horse stopping being a horse and becoming a cow. I have never heard somebody put it succinctly as you just did. But for anybody out there, I think, yeah, you do have a gift.
I paint pictures with words. I don't know what to tell you.
By the way, one of the things that you guys might get while we commentate from home, well, you won't get it from Nick unless it's really strange if it happened at Nick's house. But I just had a 6-year-old venture into my office. Now, the 6-year-old is old enough that I can kind of look at him and go, Daddy's working. If a 2-year-old comes in here, he doesn't care what I say. He's just going to join this.
He's getting on the telly. If he
is getting right in here. Now, if a 6-year-old or a 2-year-old pop in your office, that's going to be a little strange, right?
I would be unnerved. It's 1:45 a.m. I don't have any children. What's happening? Where are you from?
Yeah. Who are you?
In fact, I'd assume it would be a ghost. I'd be terrified.
By the way, if I could, I would send my kids to your house right now. That would be amazing. It'd be
Not
such
for
a
them.
great result.
Not for them.
Oh, I think your instincts would take over. I think you would at least make them. I think you would keep them alive until I pick them up.
We've had kids here.
See, and they all lived.
They all lived. They had a
So there
good
you go.
time.
Success.
We got a PlayStation.
Oh, my kid plays. My kid would be in heaven. You'd never even see him.
There you go. See, parenting's not hard.
Yeah. Do you have a PlayStation 4?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, so you have the new one even. I mean, we only have a PlayStation 3.
PlayStation 4 is cutting edge. Yeah.
Well, they're coming out with 5 this year. I was going to
I
buy the
know.
4, and then I realized 5 was coming in. I was like, okay, I'll wait.
Yeah.
Get a raise here from Paul and who? Call from Mario, and Mandacam says, let's play for it all.
Yeah, I mean, amazing spot for a squeeze. I mean, the stacks aren't particularly deep, so he probably had a hand, but raising a call out of small blind. The squeeze door is open, or window.
Ginger snapped all in for just about 3.5 big blinds. Likely to get called, but we'll see. There's the call. 10 deuce versus nines. What a dream scenario. A set of nines.
Overkill, isn't it?
Yeah.
Overkill.
I'm sure Ginger Snapped will take it. That pumpkin just got a lot fatter, up to 602,000 chips. Still short stacked, but still in there. That's the important thing. 21 players remain out of a starting field of 636, all of them vying for that 16,500 first place prize.
I can tell you that Dara O'Kearney has just been knocked out of the tournament. Great run from Dara. He makes lots of What?
I'm just upset. I like
you
Dara.
You wagered on him. You wagered
I
on
didn't,
him?
but I like Dara, so I'm just disappointed.
Okay. Well, he wasn't going to give you a cut anyway. So Dara, I like Dara too. He's a great player. He makes lots of deep runs, in fairness. So if you follow Dara, you'll see him do that a lot. But this one's ended. I was just trying to get the standings. In 20th or 21st? One of those two. 21st. Good for $482. Profit on the day. So 20 players left. This is event number 1 of the XL Inferno Series. And we've got a 2.2 million average chip stack. So still hovering around the 25 big blind average stack. As David said earlier, classic tournament action.
You know, you watch these unfold and it just kind of shows you where you need to work on your game. As a cash game player, I always feel really comfortable playing the World Series of Poker main event because you're so deep in that game. And I feel like, especially day 1, day 2, even day 3 really favors players that play deep cash because, you know, I'm used to playing 80 big blinds deep, 150 big blinds deep, so forth and so on. But as the tournament gets deeper and deeper, and as we, you know, that average stack goes down to 45 big blinds, 35 big blinds, and so forth, I feel where I see where I'm deficient, and you watch these unfold in front of you, and you know this is where you need to work on your game. As Nick said earlier, I mean, the vast majority of the tournament is going to be played at this stack depth. And certainly the most important part of the tournament is going to be played at this stack depth.
The other thing that happens, as you can see on your screen here, is you'll play some short-handed poker when you get deep in the tournament. That's another area that I think consistent winning players have an edge because you know you do need to be that little bit more aggressive and that little bit more comfortable with going after the blinds. So being good at shorthanded, and of course at the end of the tournament's where all the money is in the last few positions. So sharpen your shorthanded skills as well. Interesting shove from out his postie on the other table, but he does take it down.
I love that you're following both tables. That's the kind of the fun thing that we could just never do when we're covering live poker, unless we, suddenly
Very hard to do,
yeah,
yeah.
unless you suddenly get like 4 or 5 cameramen and a whole, producers. It's just not possible.
I've got all 3 tables on my telly, David.
That's impressive.
Thank you.
So how is Knaber 666 doing right now?
He's got all the chips.
All of them, 4.5 million, huh?
5.1 is the latest chip count on Neighbor. That is
Wow.
a big stack, man. A big stack.
Action to Ginger Snapped. Just over 5 big blinds right now.
Yeah, that's like a pro level short stack. That's like really like doing it properly. None of this 10 big blind nonsense.
You wonder how weak a hand Polinu had here to not just shove the button.
Yeah, good point. Has some leverage of the stack and facing a couple of whatever they were, 12, 13 big blind stacks.
That's also, I think, one of the biggest challenges when you're playing tournament poker is just staying on track of what the blinds are relative to everybody's stack, because even as a commentator, I can tell you that I'm guilty. Sometimes I look down and I go, oh, Amanda Camp's got 1.2 million. He's got chips. And sometimes I do that when I'm playing a tournament. I'll have won a hand. I'll have a very healthy, say, 60 big blind stack. And then I'll just go, you go a couple of orbits, you go a few orbits without winning a hand. You get a little card dead. You don't think about it. You go on break. You come back. You still have chips, but then you look up and you go, wait, how do I only have 27 bigs. How did that happen?
Yeah, it's really important to be aware of that kind of thing, I think. And as I said earlier, we were talking about it. I think that's one of the things that good online tournament players do is they're that little bit ahead of the game. So they're not waiting, basically. They're taking calculated risks to accumulate chips. They're not sitting back.
Well, Ginger Snap is not sitting back at all. He has wagered 400,000 of his betting discus.
He wins.
He is going to take that one down
without showdown. Nice.
Without showdown, exactly. That's a huge win for him. And with that, the players will go on yet another break. It seems like every hour they go on a break. That's how it works.
You crack the code.
I have cracked the code. Nothing gets by me, okay? Sharp as tack. So we will take that break as well. I want to thank you so much for joining us here, guys, at 888 Poker. The XL Inferno Series is underway. This is just a taster. Event number 1, the 75,000 guaranteed opening event. We're down to 19 players. More action in 5 short minutes. For players get back from break. Thanks for joining us here in the XL Inferno. 19 players remain out of a starting field of 636. David Tuckman, Nick Wellthal here to call the action. We are on the precipice of a pay jump. If you can survive one more spot, you will have earned yourself an extra $170.
Yeah, and this is where we separate the really strong players from the rest. Playing short-handed, playing in the money, playing with the stakes raised, and having to adjust to different stacks and different dynamics. This is really the challenge of tournament poker for me.
Yeah, the one thing that I really like about this point of the tournament is how you have to play against different number of players. For the most part, if you're playing, nine-handed poker, the tournament, let's say there's a 10, I don't care if there's 6,000 runners in there or 600 runners or 60. Basically, you're playing against 8 players at a time. And then when that table breaks, you go to a new table of 9 players. But when you get down to, say, when you're down to 21, 19, and so forth, and the numbers start to dwindle, you have to be good at playing 6-handed, 5-handed, 7-handed. And then eventually, obviously, if you make the final table and you want to make a really deep run, you've got to be good at playing 4-handed, 3-handed, and even heads up. And that also kind of separates.
Well, I said this before the break that that is where the money is, and right now in tournaments is where the money is. But the average tournament poker player spends very little time getting stronger at these elements of the game, and yet if you really want to do well, it's not how many caches you have, it's how many of those caches are big caches that's going to define your success. So the stuff David's talking about, like playing against different numbers of players, different stacks, shorter stacks, and playing, 3-handed at the end and so on. These are the things that you should really be working on.
Yeah, and more on that in a second. If you're wondering what these players are playing for, as I said, the remaining 17 players all guaranteed $658. So, we're starting to get some serious money in there now. The final 9 will all make 4 figures. And of course, first place, a whopping 16,500. Take a look at the payouts. Really impressive numbers. Again, remember, this was a $109 buy-in tournament, just event number 1. So not a big buy-in at all. And, you're talking about making some serious money for a small investment. And of course, if the 109 is too much for you, there are satellites running around the clock. You can get into these for $5, $10, or less even.
Yeah, almost certainly some of these players that you're watching will have done that. And, look at the return. Even if you only finish, in the top 30, you can still get a huge multiple of a satellite entry. So jump in. Why not?
Autoposty, not afraid to jump in at all.
Yeah.
Get a button
Classic.
raise.
Yeah, classic shove over a button raise.
These button raises just don't get respect. And then you get into this weird kind of leveling war. Our read on Autoposty from the start has pretty much been that likes to gamble. All the chips are going in. Autoposty can't fold now. There's the call. Ace 10 versus 6s. Let's flip them.
Oh, bingo.
Ace is good, and Autoposty could be over 4 million chips. He is over 4 million chips. 4.3 million chips in front of him. And Paul and Who now down to 1.49.
Yeah, good for third place. You can see the big blind at this table, a player we haven't actually seen before in the stream. Paul Estiev has around about 6 million for your chip lead at the moment.
Guarantee in this tournament was 75,000. We are up nearly to 90,000 in the prize pool. So shattered this first guarantee, and I imagine all the guarantees will be met throughout this XL Inferno series, running for the next 10 days till May 24th. So make sure you get in on the action over at 888 Poker Autoposty. Certainly very healthy, 4 million chip stack. No Nita, no care. Going to take that one down back now up to 2.46 million chips. Look at this. Kajela Lindquist says, hey, Nick Wealthall, I just banked 160 people tournament.
Nice. Hi, Cal. I know Cal really well. Congratulations on the win. That's awesome.
Yeah, in terms of live streaming schedule, we'll be here on May 17th, May 19th, and May 24th for more XL Inferno live streams. So Sunday, Tuesday, and then I don't know, figure it out.
I just got the rest of Cal's message. He took one of our training courses, and
oh, okay. I wasn't sure what that was.
Cool. Yeah.
I didn't want to read it. Cool. I was like, "What is that?" I don't even know.
Yeah. Kel, drop me an email at the site and tell me about it. I'd love to hear more about it. That's awesome. Good for you, man.
Yeah, congratulations. Love to see it. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here for XL Inferno. We're down to 17. It's one thing I love about online poker. You know, when you and I are trying to figure out and calculate how long a tournament will take. Mm-hmm. For example, when we were in Madrid and we saw the numbers, and then you're just thinking, going, well, this is not going to end here. This is going to, there's no way.
I'm not going to get sleep.
Yeah. Are you guys, how are you guys calculating this? Paul and who betting 200,000. No Nita, once again, no care in the world. You mentioned it. There's our chip leader, Polsatev, with 5.8 million. This is a monstrous pot now.
I don't think that's 9-3 offsuit.
No.
I'm gonna go out on a limb.
Kings, nines.
That's
there's a 9.
There's a 9. Oh, you're loud.
Sorry. I got excited. I mean, I'm loud.
Exciting.
I'm loud in person too, but I guess this is directly into your ear.
Directly into my ear hole. It's like really, it's a lot of David.
You can lower the volume, you know.
Yeah, but like it's the explosions of noise that I'm not prepared for. Right, like I'm just slowly chilling out 2 a.m.
I was gonna say
2 a.m. in my crib. Whoa, it's a 9. Oh.
Yeah, it is 2 a.m. for you.
That is actually an absolute sickener for Polestiev, because he would have had 8 million, 9 million in chips or something.
With 15 players left.
Yeah, I mean that's the one you want to win. It's horrible. I mean, great for Nanita, but
yeah, those are the ones that you remember for a long time, though, and you think about it. If he ends up if he or she ends up not coming back and making a top 3 finish on this one, they'll be looking at that hand for sure. Kings versus 9s.
This is where it's a test. You've got to stay calm. He or she's still got 33 big blinds, right? Tough, but you got to regroup. You got to stay calm.
Aces versus 10s. And talk about a butterfly effect. Instead of losing with 9s and being eliminated, you win that hand. Then you eliminate another player when you have aces, and suddenly no Nita up to 6 million chips. Valentin Hemling says, do we only see one table or do we see the other one as well? My boy is on the other one. We're switching around. So, we had a chip leader, so we're here, but we'll move around a lot. I don't think we're going to just stick at one table.
Yeah, chip leader's on the other table now because obviously the stacks change so quickly. Aluja, who we've watched play before today, is currently a chip leader 6.5 million. It's going pretty fast. 100,000, 200,000 are the blinds, and down to 15 players.
Yeah, these tournaments aren't meant to last for 4 days. The The immediate gratification person in me really loves these. It's one of the reasons why I love online poker. You start something and then, 10 hours later, 8 hours later, you've made
Definitely.
5 figures. It's just like, that was satisfying. Thank you.
When it goes like that, that's definitely true. Yeah, it's very satisfying. Yeah.
I still remember when I was living in London, I used to a couple nights a week I'd play hockey. But one of those nights in particular, I would always crash at my buddy's house because we'd go for beers afterwards, and I'd always crash at his house and we'd play online poker together. Now he would usually go to bed at like say 2 in the morning because he had work the next day. Me being the degenerate that I am, have never worked a regular job, so I could just play all night. Anyway, I played some silly like $3 rebuy tournament. He had to come in. He woke up for work the next morning, comes in usually to like see me sleeping, and I'm still in there with like 14 players left. So he's sweating. He's like, I don't want to go to work. I want to watch. I ended up finishing second in that thing. $3 rebuy tournament. I finished second for 9K.
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 That's a big $3 rebuy.
I mean, granted, again, it's kind of like my $300 one. $3 multi rebuy tournament. I have to imagine that's really like a $21 tournament, right?
Right. Still nice.
Are you kidding me? I went out for beers with my buddy. I came back just to like mess around, and I just made 9K. I was like, this was awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome.
So we've got 2 tables here. Like I said, I've got them both kind of up. So we're going to just follow this one right here with Paul and Who and Pescar and Aluja, but we'll go back and forth a little bit, kind of keeping track of both these things. Aluja, by the way, has been among the chip leaders throughout today.
Dave, I couldn't be more confused because you said players from both tables. Which one are we focusing on? Because I've got them both up.
Right now, we are focusing on the Polosev table.
Okay, fine. So we never moved. That's fine.
No. I'm just kind of focusing on both. So if anything crazy happens,
oh yeah,
I'm
on
the
doing
other
that.
table. Yeah,
I'm doing that. I just want to know what
our viewers are seeing.
What our viewers are seeing.
Our viewers are saying,
I'm not drowning in screens like you. All right, some of us don't have your memes. You know.
Would you like me to send you another screen?
Yeah, yes,
okay.
I would. Yeah.
I could
expect it in 4 to 6 weeks.
I will send it by boat.
Appreciate that. 50, 100,000 commentator friendly level.
Yeah.
Get in.
By the way, when you receive the screen in the box, just make sure you put it into a friendly area, disinfect it before you open it, all that good stuff.
Yes.
Ray's here from Autoposty. Going to take it. He's up over 5 million chips as well. Look at that. Between Autoposty and Nonita, they have a combined 10.5 million. Aluja, by the way, up over 7 million on the other table. Sorry, what were you saying?
More chips. That's more chips.
That is more.
Bigger number.
We're down to 15.
Yeah, I think we're down to 14 now, are we? Yeah. Elimination on the other table. 14 players remain.
Get a raise here from Nonita. Action folds around to Dr. Poker. The doctor.
His doctorate is in poker.
Yeah. Makes the call. Paul and Who. All in for 1 million chips. That's only 10 big blinds, though.
Yeah, you needed my overshove here because, yeah, he does.
There's the overshove.
That's mostly going to be correct.
Dr. Poker probably does not have the hand to make the call. Ace Jack versus tens. There's the ace.
Oh, immediate service.
Man, Nonita is just running.
Pure.
Absolutely. I mean, nines versus kings. He hits a 9. Then he picks up aces. They hold. There he has ace jack versus tens. He hits the ace. It holds. And we are down to 13 players. Nonita on 6.8 million. Currently second in this tournament. Sevens versus deuces. Are we going to lose another one here? Sevens hold.
Yeah, back-to-back eliminations. Oh,
No.
yeah. No. Okay. I thought Dr. Poke had more chips. Okay.
Man, no. Ilson actually was a chip leader probably about an hour ago. Now
So is
finds
Dr.
himself.
Poker. They've all been chip
It
leaders.
seems like it at some point or another.
Dr. Poker is going to come back firing. Interesting flat call from Altis Posti. Wonder what hands he'd do that with. They're both 40 big blinds deep, so he could definitely have made a small 3-bet there if he preferred, but he did flat call. Dr. Poker doesn't continue on quite a continuy board.
Yeah, you would think that that would have favored his range and that he would continue on a king high board. Decides not to. Autoposti does not take the bait. He checks it back. Dr. Poker now bets 400,000 into 667, gets called. Pot is 1.4 million now as we see a 5 of diamonds come off on the river. Dr. Poker 5. Does that 5 help him? He is now into his time bank. And he decides to bet 1.28 million.
I mean, this just screams like jacks or something like that. Like he didn't want to bet the flop, so like he had something, and then he's just going for value at the end. I don't know.
That's a dangerous card, though, isn't it? Oh, getting all in here. Ace Queen versus Ace 9. This time, the best hand does hold up. The Ace Queen holds. And with that, I believe we have an elimination. We do. Mario, who had 1.6 million earlier on, was not able to spin it back up, and he is gone in 12th place. We're down to 11. Polestep, by the way, back up to 4.5 million. Going back to that Jack's hand, Nick, I think it was interesting. He bet like 80% pot. Kind of a weird sizing if you're deciding to go for. I mean, I think it's completely reasonable to go for value with jacks.
But you're not. Yeah, but you don't. Why is it weird sizing? Because like it's just going for max value because he doesn't think his opponent ever has a king.
Right, I agree. But is he going to get? So I mean, he's specifically trying to get called by a 10 there that checked it back on the flop.
Yeah, or he's just trying to induce bluff catching.
Okay.
He's trying to. He's trying to look bluffy. I don't know. Or maybe he's just.
I mean, he could even have a weak king. I mean, he could have a hand like King Jack.
Yeah, he could. They just decided to check on the flop.
Yeah.
But also he could have not put that much thought into his sizing. That's also possible.
$60,000, 120,000. Ilson going to raise to 240,000 on the button. By the way, we're down to 11 players.
Yeah, crunch time. Obviously, 2 away from the final, but also getting into big money for these players. $1,000 locked up right now. $16,500 for first. So remember, as we said, this is a $109 buy-in tournament, but many of these players may well have satellited for less. So this is a serious multiple of their investment. This is a significantly higher stakes than they were playing for at the beginning. We're going to see a flop. Nonida defending here. Remember, just a few orbits ago, Nonida cracked Polisetiev's kings with nines. And Polissetiev cannot continue. Nonida getting aggressive and now up over 7 million. That's good for the chip lead. Only 2 tables remain, of course, and Nonida has the chip lead.
Everything going Nonida's way as of late, as you said, running pure. Small sizing there from Nonida out of the small blind. Generally speaking, you see players raising out of the small blind. They're going to go with larger sizing. The sides there, min raise, Polistev goes all in. 10 players remain out of a starting field of 636. Sophia Lovegren did make the money in this one. So did Dara O'Carney. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here. Calling the action for event number 1 of the XL Inferno. We're on fire. It's hot. We crushed the guarantee. 75,000 guarantee crushed, and I imagine all these events will be crushed.
Do you feel like you're personally on fire, David? Is that how you would describe your current demeanor? El fuego?
I would say in a metaphorical sense.
This one looks like it's going to go check on this river, but Ilchin may surprise me.
I want to thank you all for joining us here today. Craig Bromage, Kajel, everybody over on YouTube as well. What's up, Silverware? Saharian, Jeanette Bowl. Jeanette Bull asking if we'll be streaming tomorrow. No, our schedule for streaming, by the way, we for the XL Inferno, we have 4 events where we will be streaming. This is the first one. The next one will be on Sunday. We'll be streaming that one. Then we have the High Roller on Tuesday, the 19th. And then we have the main event, $250 buy-in, $500,000 guarantee on May 24th. So look for those.
Pretty sick river card for Ilchin. A big blind special, no less. 10-6 makes trips. Solsetchev with the button open. Ilchin high on his own supply. I've got lots of chips and a wooden box for a head. Take this.
I like his avatar. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, Ilchin, like I said earlier on, he had over 4 million chips when the average stack was probably closer to, say, 1.5. He was just absolutely crushing. Been a bit of a roller coaster ride for him, as you see. He and Autoposti could certainly get involved in a big pot at some point. Wouldn't surprise me at all. We lose one player, we'll be at the final table. By the way, the remaining 10 players all guaranteed 4 figures.
And we're at the final table. That was fast.
Boom, just like that. We are at the final table. Where there was once 636, there are just 9. If you're sitting at this table, 8 players separate you from a title, and of course, $16,500. They're throwing the food across the table as well now.
Dr. Poker wished everyone good luck, so Ortiz Pusty threw a cake in his face. As you do.
Yeah, I mean, that's why not?
Good luck, everyone. Camaraderie.
By the way, the final table, Bubble Boy, Pescar 22. Pescar, obviously a huge fan of fish. Very wet board now. A couple of spades out there, a couple of clubs out there, and a million chips in the pot.
It's very hard not to have anything on this board, isn't it? Like wherever your hand is, you've got to have something.
You think, right?
Three, 4 diamonds, but apart from that, everything else, you've probably got something.
Well, considering that chips went in the pot on the flop.
Yeah.
You would certainly think. Moray Eel is going to raise here. I was going to say, I can't imagine a hand that you'd be folding on a board like this, that sizing. Moray Eel does not fold. He decides to raise 800,000 back over to Nonita, who does fold.
Interesting.
And gets a tomato in the face.
Now, for those who haven't accessed this feature, is there a limit on the amount of tomatoes you can throw?
I don't know.
Do you acquire more tomatoes as you progress through the tournament? How does it work?
You kind of wonder, are they like time cards? Do you get more tomatoes?
Exactly, yeah.
Or do you have to put in a certain number of hours on 888 Poker to get tomatoes and eggs and all sorts of fun stuff?
I just think if you take a bad beat, you should get more stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like more weaponry to
That's a good shout.
Have your vengeance.
And can you build out different weaponry? I would like to throw a chocolate shake at somebody.
Okay. Including the glass or just
No, it'd be like a paper cup.
Vicious. That is vicious if you throw it. Yeah, okay.
No, it'd be like a paper cup. I don't really want to hurt anybody.
Right. Just their feelings. So a
Here
couple
we
of thick sacks going at it. Wow, look at this. Polestiev has shoved and called. So Polestiev thought he could put some pressure on with the ace-9. Doesn't work out. Runs into a monster. The rich get richer. And we lose our first player from the final table.
Yeah, on a wet board like that, Knabers just never.
It was pre-flop.
It was, okay. Thank you. I looked down at the chat. I looked up there.
I know. I got you back, buddy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. By the way, look at Knaber 666.
It's a lot of chips.
Yeah. By the way, those I'm going to put pressure on my opponent spots. They work so well almost all the time.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe trying some reverse psychology, as in they're the big stack. They won't think that I'm messing around because they're the big stack. Do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. But doesn't work when you run into queens. So.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Everybody's got a plan until they're punched in the face. Well, your plan might work until somebody's got queens. Knaber, by the way, had over 10 million chips. Average stack is just half of that, 5 million. Valentine Emling, by the way, has an answer for us. Your tomato, eggs, whatever you want to throw, you can use it every round, but only once.
You really got to time your effort.
Valentine says final table hype, and he has capitalized hype. Valentine, who are you here cheering on? Who's your boy? I'm intrigued.
What is your favorite avatar of those that are at the final table, David? Because there's 8 different ones.
I like the box head.
It's very
the box head with the X glasses is pretty cool. I really like that. Dr. Poker is sweet too.
Knaber is a tiny marsupial. How would a tiny marsupial manipulate 10 million chips? It would be a farce. chips
That's a good.
everywhere.
Yeah, that would be terrible. So that doesn't work at all.
From a practical point of view, I just can't.
Aluja just loves his country.
Or maybe loves a different country. Just checking the. Oh no, they are British in the player ID. So.
But yeah, I think Ilchin. I think you pointed out. I think that is a strong one. I mean, if you can go with the box head and the glasses like that, I don't know why you would go with anything else, personally. Frankly, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that.
More box heads.
That one, the box head, yeah. By the way, Valentine Emling is cheering on Moray Eel. That's his boy.
Nice.
Moray Eel. What creature is he? It's not an eel, that's for sure.
A moray eel isn't an eel. I'm reasonably sure it is.
I'm looking at his avatar. I mean, the avatar for Moray Eel.
Oh, the avatar. So it was a lady avatar. What are you looking at?
It's a what?
Are you joking or? The Moray Eel player has got a lady avatar, correct?
No, your avatars are different than mine.
What?
Yeah, it's bizarre. So the Moray Eel you're looking at, I don't know why, but on the client, Moray Eel, I've got some sort of like animal.
Oh.
Yeah, I just looked over. I was like, what are you talking about? Everybody else is the same. In fact, there are two box heads, right? You have two box heads in front of you?
No, one box head.
What does Key BR look like?
This is wild. A lady avatar.
Okay, depending on who's looking at these things, the avatars are all different. That's weird.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, it's different. I'm just looking at the viewer stream. It's different, yeah. Moray Eel's like a sombrero hat, like a Mexican hat.
Right, and I'm actually Moray Eel for me is like some sort of like angry cow. I can't tell what it is, to be honest.
It's an angry cow, yeah.
Nick Wellthall, David Tuckman. Nick's. It's 3 a.m. where Nick is right now, so he's doing the best he can.
Well, yeah. What's your excuse? It's the middle of the day. You should be peaking.
By the way, this is me peaking.
Oh.
People will now realize that when the 888 live streams,
yeah,
when they stay on track, it's absolutely because of you. Nothing to do with me whatsoever.
Imagine that. Imagine me being the responsible one.
You are absolutely.
Aluja is going to raise from the cutoff, and Keeb is going to defend. And Aluja does not continuation bet that flop, which is slightly surprising. And now puts in a min bet, a down bet, as they say.
Ah. This is interesting. Okay. I am getting inside information from the chat. This is great. Valentine Emling says if you don't choose an avatar, it's actually different and random for everyone.
Oh, good knowledge. Interesting river bet here, bigger than the pot set. So this went check on the flop, min bet on the turn, big bet on the river.
Certainly feels like the nuts or nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, probably right. Nuts or nothing.
That's what it feels like.
It's an extremely strange line. Literally went check, down bet on the turn, like literally bet one big blind on the turn, and then over bet the river.
We'll never find out. Oh,
there you
aces.
Go. The nuts.
I'm surprised on a king 6-5 2-diamond board you would not bet with aces, especially since he did not have the ace of diamonds in his hand. There's just a lot of hands you can get value from there.
Yeah, I agree. Played it in a way not to get paid, really.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of a case of fancy play syndrome.
Fancy
there are situations. I mean,
the old FPS.
If the flop is like king 6 deuce and I have aces, and it's a rainbow board, I'm much more apt to check that and see if my opponent can get something. I don't know if I'm definitely checking it, but I'm more apt to check than a king 6-5 2-diamond board when I don't have the ace of diamonds in my hand. Once again, thank you for joining us here. XL Inferno. We're here for event number 1. Remaining 8 players, all guaranteed $1,975. Starting to get it.
Playing for 16,500 up top. So they're big jumps, man.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm still reeling for you not having watched the Michael Jordan documentary. I can't.
If you'd like, I have 4 screens. Would you like me to use one of my 4 screens to watch it while we do this?
I would like that, yeah.
I mean, I just don't understand. I don't understand what I need to know. Okay, he went to North Carolina. He went to North. Okay, the story about him. Okay, let's see.
You don't like basketball,
I love basketball, and Michael Jordan was like a hero of mine. I had a poster of him in my room. But okay, he didn't make his high school basketball varsity team. He got cut from his team.
This is weird.
He went to University of North Carolina. They won a national championship. He was drafted. He was drafted what 3rd overall. In front of it was Akeem Olajuwon, Sam Bowie, and him. He got drafted 3rd overall.
What are you doing right now?
What do you mean? What am I doing?
Well, you're just going through all of the things.
I just don't need. I mean, what could I? He's very, very competitive. He liked to gamble. He left basketball to play baseball for a little bit. Then he came back and he won more championships. He's Mr. Nike. I mean, what can this show possibly tell me that I don't know about Michael Jordan?
How much of Michael Jordan's Air Jordan shoes did Nike project to sell in the first 3 years? Do you know that?
How much did they project to sell? Probably a very small amount. And they sold a ton. All in a call. Ace Jack versus Aces. The run out is not favorable.
That is a cooler.
For the doctor.
The doctor is in still just.
Yeah, that was that's pretty much a cooler. I mean, Ace Jack versus Aces on a Jack high flop. That's an unfortunate spot for Dr. Poker. Nothing he could do. And he finds himself on fumes. He has about 3.5 big blinds right now. No, 4 big blinds, pardon me. Math is hard.
Math is hard. And unforgiving.
Okay, getting back to your more important question about what Nike projected selling Air Jordans. I don't know the exact number, okay? But I'm going to go on a limb and say that Nike had no idea what they had. They had no idea the success they had. They probably projected this much, and they got this much. Am I correct?
Yeah.
There. Okay, so.
Wait, it's not. Oh, well,
Ace Jack versus Ace Jack. Very anticlimactic.
Yeah, but it's not like I'm asking you to go to school and study a subject. This is an entertainment experience. It's not like an information, whatever, dump.
And I will watch it. I guess my point is, I wonder. I'm like, what's the urgency of watching the show?
Everybody's talking about it, David.
Right, but it's not a spoiler. Is there a spoiler? It's not like, like everybody watches. Trying to think of a show, like everybody watches Sopranos and you find out Tony dies. I mean, sorry guys, if I spoiled that for anybody. Or like, you're watching Game of Thrones, right? Game of Thrones, what happens? Ooh, you don't want a spoiler when you're watching a show
Yeah.
Makes sense. There's no spoiler.
I just want you to be current. I don't want you to like get into your old man phase too early because do you know what I mean? Where you're just like, you're all grumpy in your chair going, I don't need to watch it.
Okay, listen.
Just because everyone's watching it.
I don't think watching a Michael Jordan, okay, the guy played basketball in the 80s, watching a Michael Jordan documentary.
And the 90s, so straight away, you didn't know that.
Watching a Michael Jordan documentary does not qualify you as young and hip.
No, it's more about being in tune with the zeitgeist, all right? You can't come on here on a live international stream and not be in tune with the media zeitgeist. It's very important.
You know what? I'll make you a deal. I will watch at least one episode before our stream on Sunday.
Okay.
Does that make you happy?
Yeah. It's very well done. That's my point.
I heard it was really good.
Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing is that obviously his level is amazing but it's not actually that interesting a story. Like it's not completely uninteresting as a story. Like
you're selling it.
Well, some things happen. It's of medium interest. It's not like this. It's not like Muhammad Ali, right? Where, there's this whole journey, and he makes this unbelievable personal sacrifice and all of that stuff. But it's fine. But it's very, very well made. It's very, as a sports documentary, it's up there. It's just brilliantly made, brilliantly shot and directed. Very
Dr. Poker effectively moving all in here. We're going to see all the chips going in. Ace, Queen, Jack versus King, 7. There's a 7. A lot of outs here for Dr. Poker. He does not hit any of them, though.
The doctor is out.
Yeah. Doctor takes Fridays off, and he is gone. We're down to 7 players. Remaining 7 players, all guaranteed $2,853. Pay jump's getting real. Once again, for those of you who watch our live events, you're thinking, Tuck, it's only $2,800. Keep in mind, the buy-in on this event was $100. So
Exactly.
laddering, each time you ladder up, you're going 10x buy-in. That's pretty good.
Very significant.
I mean, the fact that I grew up as a child watching Michael Jordan, like I was there when he played in the 80s. I feel like I was already I wasn't even a basketball guy. I was a hockey guy. So Wayne Gretzky was my favorite. Mario Lemieux were my favorite. But even then, I had a Michael Jordan poster in my room. I felt like I was so in tune with him. Like when he left basketball to go do baseball, the gambling allegations, when his father died, all of that. I feel like I was like, okay. I'm gonna watch the show, but I'm like it's gonna come out and tell me that he's a really competitive guy. Yeah, okay, I knew that too.
Whoa, how did you know that? No, yeah, that's that. So a 4 flush board.
Yeah, $2.5 million in there.
Yeah.
That is, and the Ace of Diamonds. How's that? That'll be good. Give Audie Posti credit for not bluffing at it. Don't know what he had, obviously. But Aluja now on 7.1 million. Knaber still our chip leader on 8.3 million. No devastatingly short stacks here. KBR is our shortest stack, and he has over 20 bigs.
Yeah, well, it did go pretty fast, didn't it, for a while there? So I'm not surprised it's consolidated a little bit. Gives the players a little chance to use their skill to influence who's going to get the big money here.
I'm just going to prepare our audience for this so they don't come at us with pitchforks. This particular show, kind of an appetizer. It's almost like a soft opening for a restaurant, okay? We were trying to see what was going on and see how it could make it work, all that good stuff. So when the players go on break in 10 minutes and 25 seconds, we will be stopping the broadcast. There'll probably be 5 players left. Our apologies if you were you're invested and you really want to know what happened. You still can watch. It does not stop you. You can watch it.
True.
Yeah, offer your own commentary to it. Have fun with it. We'll be back on Sunday for a full show. We'll take it to the conclusion. And then, of course, we have the high roller event on the 19th, and then the main event on the 24th. Any of these events, hopefully we're commentating on you at some point.
Yeah, that would be cool. If one of you is watching tonight is on the stream later, that'd be really fun. Small pot in the blinds here, and tough for anyone to represent too much, although a jack obviously makes it straight, so I take that back. Both these players not averse to a bluff. We will never know. They'll need it up over 8 million. Nice. 3 big chip stacks, as you can see. It really is anyone's tournament at the moment.
And of course, every single day that we stream will be more free rolls. So make sure you join us, get in on the action, get yourself a piece of the pie. Free money, we're giving it away. Plus, I can guarantee you, I've heard this from my boss, there will be giveaways. And if for some reason there aren't giveaways, we'll be giving away Nick's plant.
Nick's plant and the contents of David's drawer over the next 3 days, except whatever that was, because that's broken. We just
Look at all of this.
Could be yours.
It can all be yours if you join us
Yeah.
here on the 888 live stream.
Maybe there'll be actual giveaways as opposed to, whatever that was.
Who knows? Maybe I really want to get an 888 backpack, some T-shirts, some hats.
Can I just say, if someone wins the plant, they've got to come and pick it up because it's actually deceptively large. It's got quite a big pot, and I can't post it. I can't ship it. So
come on,
you got to come and get it.
What kind of plant is it?
I have absolutely no idea, my friend. It's a green one.
A green plant with leaves, and it's alive, which is.
I can name about 3 plants.
Moray eel all in. Ilchin with a decision, or possibly not. We'll find out really quickly. By the way, of course, there's more chances to get in on that main event. Again, the main event is a $250 buy-in tournament, $500K guaranteed. Make sure you join us on the 17th and 19th, where we'll be giving away more. The free rolls will have more tickets to those events. So pretty exciting stuff going forward.
Yes. It's smooth. No,
I'm nothing if not smooth.
That's it. That's what I heard. No, it is really cool. Like winning a ticket to a 500K guaranteed event for free is pretty cool. We haven't given away too many like free roll prizes like that. That's nice.
Yeah. So we'll be streaming for another 6 minutes and 42 seconds, give or take.
Will we see?
Nick, you look surprisingly well before in the morning.
Yeah, well, it's 3 in the morning. So
okay.
I'm still, yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, 4 is when I fall off. No. Well, I'm very well lit, And there's this button as well on Zoom. Do you know about the button which makes you look nicer? Clearly you don't.
What's the button? Get a raise here from Knaber. All in from Alusia. Could we see a monster pot? Yes, we can. Aces versus aces. Diamonds? No.
What an anticlimax. I always think it's unfair on the players that get involved in that kind of pot where you think, yes, I've got him. Oh, he's also got aces.
Yeah, it is so anticlimactic. And you think when you finally pick up aces, you desperately want action and then not be able to get any. Well, get it, but.
Get it, and then egg on his face.
The food is flying everywhere now. Eggs flying, eggs everywhere.
Oh, it's carnage. Excruciating.
I wonder if there's a way we can bring this to live poker. Now, we did an 888 poker video. You can check this out over at the YouTube channel.
Yeah,
where
it's funny.
We threw tomatoes at each other. I believe somebody threw, I think it was Martin Jakobsen who threw water at me in slow motion, but it was real water. So it was filmed in slow motion, but it hit me hard. That's all.
It was real water, as opposed to what stunt water that it is softer.
It looked like, but I'm saying the video shows it like slow motion, so it looks like maybe it's not real, but it was very much real. It was just the way.
I thought you were bragging that you took a water full in the face, and you're still here to talk about it.
I am still here in the face, still here to talk about it. But I wonder. I mean, this egg throwing, tomato throwing, it's quite entertaining.
I know it'd be very entertaining in a live poker situation. I always wanted to take multi-tabling into a live poker situation, so all the players get wheels on their chairs, and then in the tournament floor, they're just fighting to get to their chips.
I think that would be kind of cool.
That'd be really cool.
Just running back and forth or wheeling back and forth, either way. Get a raise, a call, and an all-in.
Well, it's a squeeze spot, but it's unlikely to be weak because unless he thinks neighbor is opening a lot, which he may well be.
Nice pickup there from Ilchin, up to 5.3 million. 7 players still remain. All these players guaranteed just under $3,000. First place, 16,500. Again, this is just the taster. We are just whetting your appetite. We'll be back at it for more action on Sunday, May 17th. Make sure you join us. The stakes are doubled. We have a 150K guarantee event on Sunday. And then, of course, we have the 100K high roller on the 19th, and then the 500K main event. Join us. Get in on the action. Jeanette Bull is really kind of concerned. Have you watered the plant?
During the stream?
Yes.
It's only been 4 hours. It's all right. It's fine. It's fine. Who was it, Jeanette?
Hey, listen, I've been watered I've been watered in 4 hours.
I'll give it some water, all right? I watered it live. That's the first time I've ever watered a plant in this house, I swear.
2.8 million in there.
Not my department.
No, is that that's Mrs. Wellthall?
That's
oh,
Mrs.
King
Wellthall.
Jack versus Kings.
Wow.
Moray Eel, hey, your boy just crushed. Moray Eel on 9.5 million chips. He is our chip leader, and we're down to
the
6.
chip lead. Wow. Yeah, made a small 3-bet pre-flop, but that didn't put his opponent off. Fantastic result.
Yeah. Addison Oliver says it would be awesome to turn 1 cent into 6 figures. What a story. Absolutely. He was talking about how he almost got into the main event on a 1 cent penny buy-in tournament today.
Wow. That would be super cool.
Just so cool. I mean, if anybody has stories like that, please let us know. I love hearing that stuff. Love it. I don't know if anybody saw Kara Scott on Twitter.
I've seen Kara Scott.
Well, there you go. So Kara Scott is on. She hosts a podcast now. She's in Italy. Anyway, Norman Chad has come up with this ridiculous thing called the Ukaluka. Kara, I was the first one. He reached out to me and said, would you do it? I said, yes, of course, for you, my friend. So I did an Ukaluka. And I said, Kara Scott, you are up next. Kara Scott did it. Danielle Moon is do it. I am telling you all out there, do the Ukaluka. Nick, where's your Ukaluka?
I mean, you can only see up to here with the camera, so I'll be honest, I don't know what it is, so I'm just vamping at this point.
Well, then you need to go. You should, when this is done, go to Twitter and go to Kara Scott or Norman Chad's Twitter page and find out what the Ukaluka is and join the craze.
Can I find Twitter on the inside of my eyelids? Because that's where I'm going.
Okay. Tomorrow morning when you wake up.
Tomorrow morning, I'll check it out.
Or tomorrow afternoon when you wake up, either way.
Tomorrow morning, I'll check it out. I'll be all over the Ukalumpers, whatever they are. The Umpalumpers. What is it?
Ukalukas.
That's it.
Valentine Emling says, he will take it down. I called it with 15 left. Well, Moray Eel, Valentine's boy. Wow.
Oh, straight flush.
Straight flush alert. Wow, indeed. Nice hand.
Straight flush will win most of the pots most of the time.
Yes. And if you're playing in a casino which has a bad beat jackpot, the ones it loses, you're probably okay with.
Yeah. Let's look at this. This is nice. This is nicer than throwing eggs at each other, surely.
Here comes the tomato.
Yeah.
Tomato incoming. I would like to have a feature. So we're, Nick and I are on a Zoom conversation right now. We're using Zoom to do this. I wonder if there's a feature on Zoom where I can throw a tomato at you, a virtual tomato.
What is that going to achieve?
It would really entertain me.
Right, yeah. Well, much as I'd like to take a tomato in the face from you, David Tuckman, unfortunately, we're out of time. I don't know what to tell you.
That is it for us. So we will leave this tournament with 6 players. Again, feel free to continue watching the stream. You can watch this table, actually. If you just go to your 888 poker client, go to view tables, and just view table number 33. This is event number 1 of the XL Inferno. I want to thank you all for joining us on our inaugural voyage, right? It was our first voyage out here. It's been a lot of fun. We'll be back at it on May 17th. For everybody at 888 Poker, for Nick Wealthall, I'm David Tuckman. Goodbye and good night. We will see you in 3 short days.